Hey everyone, Virgil Texas here, and joining me today is entrepreneur and presidential candidate Andrew Yang. Andrew, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thanks for being here. It's a pleasure.
Is it?
No, I mean, it's a very nice studio. We're surrounded by Persian-looking furnishings. Yeah,
Yes, that's important.
This is some pretty easy campaigning duty in this.
Oh man. Oh.
Surrounded by Persian-looking furnishings.
Yeah, yes, that's important.
This is some pretty easy campaigning duty in the scheme of presidential run.
Yeah, we got that. That was a violation of the embargo to acquire that Persian furniture here at the Chapo Park Slope Mansion. Your campaign has picked up in the past few months, and you've been running for well over a year now, on the basis of your big UBI proposal, and that's something that you write about in your book, The War on Normal People.
Yes.
But I want to go back and start the conversation with your first book, Smart People Should Build Things. And what's interesting to me about this book is, you wrote this before you were running for president, while you
Yeah.
were an entrepreneur.
Mm-hmm.
And you were working for a firm called, a nonprofit called Venture for America.
Yeah, I founded Venture for America in 2011.
And what's interesting about the book is, you make it personal and you talk a little about your, backstory. But whereas someone like Pete Buttigieg wrote a book and spends the entire time talking about, I went to college and, I was exposed to these wonderful new ideas. And then I worked for McKinsey and, it was great and I learned how to manage. You spend about 3 pages covering that part of your life and you say, yeah, I didn't know what to do. And my parents said to go to college and be successful. So I went.
What do you think of a government that has no set leader but different categories? One day categories. Okay, well, this wouldn't work, but just want opinions. Isn't that what we try to do with the government though? I don't know. Isn't that like there's a reason why you have a separation of powers, right? But I don't know. Seems like in recent times, that separation has been becoming less and less. Like it started with George W. Bush. He was able to. Well, Congress did vote for the war in Iraq, but ever since then, there have been like a concentration of power towards the executive branch. So, I don't know. I think anything that counteracts that might be a good idea. See, my crazy political idea is that I think we should draft our politicians. I think we should have a lottery, and every year, every 4 years, we'll run a lottery, and then it'll be like, oh man, okay, looks like Mrs. Henderson down the street over there. It's like 2 votes for it to pass through. Huh. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see a chart. It sounds complicated. Oh man, politics is so complicated. But anyway, yeah, my idea was that, why don't, you see, the thing is, like, people who want to be politicians, they're all crazy, man. They're all crazy, and you don't want people who want the job in power. So what you got to do is that you have to force people to become politicians, and the way you do that is through a draft. And you use a lottery, and it'd be like, hey, Mrs. Henderson, you're the mayor of Chicago now, and she'll be like, what? Like, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, too bad. Too bad. You have to be the mayor. You're the mayor now, or you go to jail. You know, that would be great, because then you have people who like don't want it. You want people who don't want the job in power, because those are the best. Anyway, well, 2 votes for, so if it's like 2 votes, if everyone has to agree, vote it out. There are examples where people have tried that, but it gets very, very complicated, I remember there was like there's like a workspace in San Francisco somewhere that, I don't know, I'm not doing anything in particular. Let me look it up. Noise Bridge. Remember, I wonder, are they still alive? Yeah, so there's there's like this hacker space, and they have this really strange system. What do they call it? They call it and by the way, like ideas like yours that you're bringing up right now, it could totally, like, you could actually run some experiments using cryptocurrency technologies, So I've been talking about that a lot in the last week. It's not here on the wiki page, but it's probably here in the page. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the music back on. Ring the doorbell. When you hear the door unlock, push the gate. Well, thank you for the instructions. But I want to see the community thing. See, I don't know how well it works. I've only been there a few times, but their history, no. Damn, they updated their website. It looks pretty nice now. It used to be, oh man, it used to be terrible. Like, they used to have a really shitty website, and they liked it that way. They liked it that way, and it was kind of cool. But damn, what happened? Did they clean up? Did they sell out? Oh no. Game Bridge, hacking, music. They do all kinds of stuff here. Events, meetups, projects, Open EEG. Is that the one? Oh no, that's brain signals to music. It's a little weird. Bitcoin. Oh no, they might have sold out. I'm sorry. Damn, man. Wait, I really kind of want to look it up, because Noise Bridge, governance, because I think that what you're talking about here might be close to what they tried to do. That might be interesting. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so consensus. There we go. So we make so So I was like, hey, so who runs this space? When I went to here, I was like, hey, so who runs this? Who runs Noisebridge? And they're like, nobody does. The people do. I'm like, what? You're like, how does that work? so, so they came up with this like really elaborate, complicated system where it's like, yeah, so everything proposed has to beat some kind of consensus. And then apparently this allowed them to oh yeah, there it's got a duocracy. That's what it was called. So apparently everything was there we go. There it is. Duocracy. See, you might want to look into that. That might be interesting. So, but it's just like regular politics where you have to argue with people all the time about whether it should be 7,250 or just 7,000, It's like, wow, no, 7,000. Okay, well, okay, how about that? But how about we'll throw it in the elevator thing, and it's like, no, well, 7,100. Oh man, oh god. Hey, but whatever works, man. At the end of the day, you're going to be talking to people and trying to negotiate with them. That's politics. It doesn't matter what system you have. Alright, that was interesting. Maybe I should make a video about this. Who knows? I should. I love making videos about weird stuff like this. Maybe I'll listen.
College and was fine. And then I got a job at a corporate law firm making six figures right out the gate, and it sucked.
It did suck. And my life was probably about 3 pages worth of interesting reading. Yeah, so as you know, I mean, when I wrote that book, Political Run was nowhere in my thinking. And I'm even, as you know, of having read the book that's most associated with my campaign, I still devote the vast majority of it to the problems that we're facing, which I think are much more interesting than any reflections on my formative years.
Oh, sure, absolutely, but it does. I mean, your reflections do come from that personal experience, and one thing that's interesting is that you say explicitly, and this must be in part how you derive the thesis of the book. That it sucked. You worked for a corporate law firm. You made more money, and you observed that you made more money than your father, who has a PhD, numerous patents, ever made.
Yep.
And this was six figures in your 20s, which for most people, that's a good deal, right?
Yeah, it's funny, Virgil. So I remember I was 25. I did have $100,000 in law school loans, which made a high-end corporate job more appealing
and necessary,
though, as you could see from what I did next, I guess I felt like I shouldn't be constrained by my debt load. I used to call it my mistress because it was like writing a check to a family in another town. I was like, I hope they have a really good time in that town. Here's like they're $1,100 a month.
I'm something of a deadbeat dad in that respect.
There are too many deadbeat dads in this country because we all have these educational loans weighing us down. And one of the things I would love to do as president is just forgive a truck ton of it, most of it, all of it, because we have to ask ourselves: would we rather be weighing down the futures of our young people, or freeing people up to do the kind of work that they want to do, starting families, buying homes, starting businesses, making their communities better? To me, that's a very easy choice. But to your point, I spent 5 months as an unhappy corporate lawyer, and I remember vividly saying, it's like, okay, this job sucks. Why am I doing it?
Everyone else is miserable.
Yeah. I called my firm a temple to the squandering of human potential, because there were hundreds of bright people that were there that were doing ridiculous, like soul-crushing work. And so I said, well, I must be doing it for the money. So then I went to Bloomingdale's and I bought my family some like nice clothing, and I brought it to them that weekend, and then I gave it to them, and they seemed to like it. And I was like, okay, that was nice. Was that nice enough for me to do a soul-crushing job? No. So I should quit. And so I quit after 5 months to start an ill-fated .com business that flopped and crashed and burned over the next year plus.
And you also noted that just from observing your coworkers and your own progress at that job, even though you were only there for a few months, that if you had continued on, it would have rewired your brain.
Yeah, that's why I left so fast. I realized two things. One, it was going to be harder to leave, not easier over time. Two, I did not want to do this job forever. And three, it was making me better at the job every single day I was there. So if those three things were true, then I was like, okay, I must leave as soon as possible, because like if I stay here too long, I'm going to become this burnt out version of myself that can actually do this fucking job.
So
Am I allowed to swear on this podcast?
Of course.
Nice. Holy shit. That's liberating.
So you followed your heart, essentially. You made the choice that quite a lot of people either have made or just want to make, which was that, well, this sucks and I'd rather just do what I want to do.
Yeah. And again, I was like 24, 25 at the time. I was somewhat callow, but I did say, like, the real danger here is waking up years from now and being a shadow of myself, being someone I'd be ashamed to be. And that's the danger that most people don't take into account, because if you stick around too long, we're very adaptable. Like, you can become a toolbox if you hang out with toolboxes long enough.
So for you, following your heart, following your dream was being an entrepreneur. And you talk about how if you had continued on that soulless job, you would have wasted your potential. So therefore, you place a value on being an entrepreneur. And I go to a different conclusion, even though my story is somewhat similar, which is that I also rejected having an office job and corporate work and things like that. But I, rather than being an entrepreneur, I just kind of wanted to be a piece of shit. And the thesis of your book, Smart People Should Build Things, is that there is, and this is 2013, 2014.
Yep.
Is there's a labor imbalance. There's a distortion, a matching problem in the economy where too many smart people, and you're defining smart people as people with, advanced degrees from good institutions and things like that. Too many smart people we're going into Wall Street.
Yep.
We're going into law. And
management consulting,
following the Mayor Pete route, and not enough people were being entrepreneurs. But why is being an entrepreneur better than going to an older firm or one of these specialized positions?
So I can just relate my own journey, and people who are listening to this can possibly relate to parts of it, though I will say my thinking has evolved since 2013. So I'll just share a story of my 20s. So I started this business. It flops. My parents are still telling people I'm a lawyer. I owe these loans that did not go anywhere. And so I then worked at another company that ran out of money. And one of my coworkers moved out of his apartment and started living in the conference room. And then I went to work for another company that did not accomplish its goals. And I'd been so burnt at this point that I had 2 side jobs because I just believed that any job could disappear. Now, this was in the wake of the first .com crash. Yeah. And so to me, there was this journey throughout my 20s of trying to find work that I was excited to do. And I believed and still do believe that this is one of the most important things that everyone is pursuing. The problem right now is that most people look up and say, okay, all the jobs blow. It's like there's nothing here for me. If I did join one of these firms, they would treat me like shit. They would not give me any benefits. They would treat me as a temp worker. They would try and get rid of my job as soon as possible, all of which is true. 94% of new jobs that are created in this economy are temp, gig, contractor jobs. And so I was very fortunate where after a whole series of misadventures, essentially, I joined another company that ended up growing, and I was the leader of the company after the founder named me as successor, and so that was like a huge step up for in so many levels. Like I met my now wife during this time. I became what felt like a head of a household on a business setting because I employed dozens of people, and treating those people well was one of the great joys of my career up to that point. And so the goal for me was like, wow, more people could have this sort of experience like I had, which was not a straightforward or easy one, that would be great, not just for them individually, that they could do work they were excited about and work with people they liked, but also be better for our society and economy, because you'd end up creating different types of jobs and opportunities and businesses.
How has your thinking changed from smart people should build things? What would you redact from smart people should build things?
So what happened to me over the last number of years is that I got married. I had 2 kids, one of whom is autistic. And I was cocky going into having a child because I was like, a lot of people have had children throughout the course of human history. Like, this can't be that much, of a lift. And then it was like a bomb went off in our house. And it tested me, my wife, like our marriage. During that time, I was an entrepreneur, still running Venture for America, this organization I'd started, and imagining what other families had to go through. Let's say you were a single mom, you didn't have a partner, and if you had a special needs kid, like I realized that I'd been incredibly fortunate where I was in a position where I could plausibly try these things in my 20s and then try and fail and not starve as a result, or not die as a result, or not have my family lose their home as a result.
It's a privileged position.
Yeah. And I realized how distinct that was.
Yep.
And
Yes, sir.
that the rules of our economy had changed such that we're going to be shredding and shedding opportunities at much higher levels than we're creating them. And so that we need to evolve to a totally different economic approach if we're going to give our human values a chance, because the market's not going to, again, if all the jobs we're creating are these shit jobs, then the market's not going to do humanity any favors. And so what we have to do is we have to actually rewrite the rules of the economy for ourselves.
Well, in Smart People Should Build Things, you do note that there are some people who just cannot be entrepreneurs because of their circumstances, and that you're namely addressing the group of people who they have a family to fall back on. They can just sort of screw around in their 20s and, maybe create that next unicorn. But you don't hold that view any further, that entrepreneurs are these necessary job creators?
Oh, I love entrepreneurs, and I would regard you as the opposite of a piece of shit. I mean, we're in your studio, you co-wrote a best-selling book. Like, you have this media outlet that reaches hundreds of thousands of like-minded people, built a whole tribe, helped shape history of the country. So, I mean, you're an entrepreneur. A lot of people listening to this are entrepreneurs in various ways. And I don't mean entrepreneur in this bullshit, start a unicorn nonsense, because that's not real. It's you're people are entrepreneurs. One of the comparisons I make is if you're a parent, you're an entrepreneur because you have to freaking, try and figure out the future every single day. In a thankless, gritty, ill-defined way that, so I suppose the big change I made is that, you have to define entrepreneurship really by letting people pursue the things that they want to do that are actually driven by their values and not the marketplace.
Who creates jobs? How are jobs created in this economy? Because in Smart People Should Build Things, you seem to have a definite opinion. It's entrepreneurs, it's young firms as opposed to old firms, which are people should not go into because you're just kind of fighting over,
mature stuff.
Rents.
Yeah. And that was the data. I mean, the data was that 70-80% of job growth in this country was produced by young firms that were 10 years old or newer. And that if you looked at mature firms, they would lay people off, they would hire some people, but they would essentially remain in equilibrium or balance. And so if you wanted job creation in your community, you should look at young companies. So that has been the historical norm in the United States. The problem is that new businesses have not been forming at the same levels as they had in past times because we're in an era of mega consolidation. All the community banks have gotten gobbled up. All the retailers are closing because not just big box stores, but now Amazon's, almost half of all online retail. And so let's say that my original thesis was hey, entrepreneurs start businesses. Then you have to be rational and look around and be well, we're not starting as many businesses anymore. Why is that? I mean, has America gotten less entrepreneurial? By the numbers, yes. Is it true that we've made the setting much more hostile towards entrepreneurs in various ways by, let's say, loading them up with school loans and consolidating all these industries and making it so that, if you want to start a hardware shop or a flower shop, it's a total terrible idea and like you shouldn't do it now. Like all those things are true.
Isn't that the market working as it should?
Well, that's the market. That's our current version of the market taken to its extreme. And one of the things I say is that technology and capital are now converging in unprecedented ways. And one of the biggest nonsense factors in our culture right now is that the internet somehow is like the spur to entrepreneurship. It's a spur to being a TaskRabbit or selling a few things, tchotchkes on Etsy. But it's actually making it much harder to start businesses in many sectors.
We have right now, and I know that this rate means a certain thing, but we have some of the lowest unemployment we've had on the top line numbers in many, many years.
Yep.
And, even though a lot of people have dropped out of the market, and you acknowledge that a lot of these jobs are transitional, gig economy jobs without benefits, independent contractor, and things like that, it's still a tight labor market, right? I mean, we've seen faint glimmers of real wages going up for the first time in several decades, which is a pretty good indication that firms are fighting over labor. But how do you square that with your notion that there, aren't enough startups creating jobs?
Well, as you said, that a lot of the jobs we're talking about are temporary gig or contract. So the headline unemployment rate is a terrible indicator on so many levels. It doesn't take into account the labor force participation rate, which is still 63%, close to a multi-decade low in the same levels as Ecuador and Costa Rica. It doesn't take into account affordability. So if you're doing a shitty job that doesn't pay you enough to get by, well, you're employed. It doesn't take into account underemployment. Underemployment of recent college graduates is around 44%. So there are many thousands of people who have these school loans and are doing jobs that don't require the degree. And we're in year 11 of an expansion, which is very long in the tooth for most expansions. And so the fact that you're seeing some wage growth at the margins, we should have seen it years ago. This set of numbers is not the numbers we should be looking at. If you look at affordability, we're in a really tough spot in terms of stagnating wages. If you look at the proportion of people who have to have multiple jobs to make ends meet, it's at record highs. If you look at stress levels, record highs, depression, suicides, anxiety, drug overdoses, all at unprecedented levels. And so the fundamental shift that has to happen in the U.S. is that we have the wrong measurements. The three big measurements that the media will throw around are GDP, which is at record highs, but again, our life expectancy is actually going down. So which do you care more about? Headline unemployment rate, which doesn't include people who drop out or underemployment or affordability. And stock market prices, which have very little relationship with most Americans. The bottom 80% of Americans own 8% of stock market, while the bottom 50% own essentially zero. So anyone just cheerleading the stock market is just cheerleading the top 20%. And so if you're 80% of us, you just really don't care that much. And so what we need to do is we need to actually evolve to the next form of measurements. So instead of having these three phantom measurements that are less and less relevant, we should be measuring our health and life expectancy, our mental health and freedom from substance abuse, the proportion of Americans who are actually doing work we want to do, how our kids are doing, how clean our air and water are. And this is one of the cornerstones of my presidential run, is that I will update our measurements to the 21st century, which will help us actually start seeing how bad things are going. Again, our life expectancy declining for the last 3 years, that's not normal in any developed economy. The last time that happened in the United States of America was 1918, the Spanish flu. Literally, we're in Spanish flu territory because of drug overdoses and suicides. So that's not a sign of sickness in our economy. I don't know what is.
So you're saying that between Smart People Should Build Things, your first book, and your second book, The War on Normal People, that your thinking has changed a bit and that your emphasis is less on entrepreneurs doing something that's economically necessary. What is your emphasis now?
My emphasis now is that we have to rewrite the rules of the economy to measure the things that are important to our people, put economic resources directly in our hands as a right of citizenship, just have a dividend of $1,000 a month for every American starting at age 18, and own the fact that what worked in the 20th century is not going to work in this century, that we're seeing unprecedented changes in the labor market. If you have cars and trucks that can drive themselves in 10 years, that's going to displace literally millions of American workers. And imagining that those workers are just going to find their way to new opportunities is nonsense. It's more of a fantasy than anything else. And so we need to make big changes as fast as possible.
So what is the war on normal people?
The war on normal people is that our economy is designed to try and make things more and more efficient. And unfortunately, that efficiency will not require people in many, many settings, where if you have cars and trucks that drive themselves, that's great for the freight companies. That's great perhaps for certain customers, but that's going to be very, very bad for the 3.5 to 4 million Americans who drive a vehicle for a living. And so the war on normal people is that right now, some of the smartest people in the country are working on autonomous vehicles because there's a ton of money in it. $168 billion a year in potential cost savings to automate away truck driving alone. Now, if they succeed, it's going to be disastrous for many American workers and the communities because right now, over 7 million Americans work in truck stops, motels, diners, and retail establishments that rely upon truckers stopping every day. So the war on normal people is that we have these twin cannons of finance and technology that are hell-bent on making our economy more and more efficient. And unfortunately, many of us are going to get left behind.
Hasn't that always been the case?
Yeah, that has always been the case, except some of the innovations that are coming out now would have been unforeseeable even 10, 20 years ago. You know, it's like we literally have supercomputers in our pockets. 30% of malls are going to close in the next 4 years. And things that you would think of as being intrinsically human or creative or emotional can be increasingly done through AI and advanced technologies. And so this has happened before. It has never happened this dramatically, this quickly, this pervasively.
It just seems to me that capital has used technological advancement over the past, the entire history of capitalism is the consequence of technological change as a change of the actual means of production in society. And there have been, since that emergence some 200 odd years ago, there has been a series of huge technological shifts, which...
Yes.
Good example is we used to have telephone operators. We used to have human calculators, big warehouses full of people. We don't have that anymore, and it takes fewer people to, say, manufacture a car than it did in Henry Ford's day. And yet, somehow, what should have led to mass unemployment, things like that, time and time again, the economy has reabsorbed labor, has found use for labor that perhaps might be worse. Maybe you could argue labor is worse off than it was, say, 40, 50 years ago at the heyday of American manufacturing before we, transitioned to a service economy. But it hasn't been apocalyptic, right? It hasn't been the great replacement is displacement, as you say in your book. But you think that the automation is different now.
Yeah, I do. So you can think of this as the fourth industrial revolution. The first was steam. The second was assembly lines and factories. The third was internet and digitization. And this one's the fourth one, which is AI, robotics, software, big data, autonomous vehicles, Internet of Things, genetic engineering. There are a lot of technologies that are now coming online that if you look at expert predictions from MIT or Bain or McKinsey, they're projecting that this is going to be 2 to 3 times faster and more pervasive than the last industrial revolution at the turn of the century, or the second industrial revolution, which included mass riots. If you look at the early 20th century, labor unions came about to start fighting for worker rights. We had Labor Day as a holiday because of mass riots that killed dozens of people and caused the equivalent of billions of dollars worth of damage. We implemented universal high school in 1911, in part to try and educate people more for what we thought was like the workforce of the future. So experts are saying this is going to be 2 to 3 times faster than that one. And if that one included mass riots and massive social change, then you'd expect this one to do the same.
Hasn't Capital been employing automation for the past few years now? Or are you talking about a potential, a hypothetical, was what you're describing totally distinct from that, from various, say, labor saving, robotics, things like that?
It is distinct with the power, the speed, the severity, and the different sectors of the economy it will be applied to.
But it's still a hypothetical.
I would say it's not a hypothetical, and this is one of the reasons why I'm running for president and why I'm so passionate about this, is when I started digging into the research for my book, the second book, I was shocked at how clear the picture was in the data, where we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs in the Midwest and the South, and those workers never recovered. Half of them left the workforce never to be heard from again. And of that group, half filed for disability. And then you saw surges in suicides and drug overdoses at unprecedented levels in those populations. And I spent 6.5 years in Ohio, Michigan, Missouri, Louisiana, Alabama, trying to help create jobs and help entrepreneurs. And I was stunned by what's going on in many of those regions. And if you drive an hour and a half out of those regions, the picture gets even more stark. So none of this is hypothetical. We're in the third inning. We've wiped out these millions of manufacturing jobs and led to Donald Trump becoming president. We're now wiping out millions of retail jobs, call center jobs, fast food jobs, truck driving jobs, and accounting jobs. I was a lawyer long enough to know that you can automate a lot of that job, and there's AI that's now doing legal work. So this is not necessarily just a blue collar thing. This is an everyone thing.
Is that displacement the hollowing out of middle America, the destruction of the manufacturing center? Is that because of just automation?
Well, the studies I've seen, we went from 17 million to 12 million manufacturing jobs in this country from 2000 to 2015. And the studies I've seen said that 80% of that 5 million lost jobs was due to automation and technology. So we automated away 4 million jobs in Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa over the last number of years.
If we have seen supposedly, these gains from automation, shouldn't worker efficiency have gone up? Because it's been stagnant for the past several years.
Yeah, and this is one of the quandaries in the data, is that worker productivity has been stuck. And there was an economist named Ryan Avent who looked at this, and he said that one reason was that workers are getting pushed into lower and lower productivity roles because they have no choice but to do something to survive. And then if you're an employer and someone's willing to work for you for very little, then you just pay them that much. And that's what we've seen. We've seen stagnant wages. We've seen stuck productivity. So a lot of this is because people are getting pushed into low productivity sectors. But another facet is that all of the data will always be backward looking, where none of the data will ever account for something like self-driving cars until there are tens of thousands of cars on the highways. So if you wait for the data, you will be too late.
So your UBI proposal is a response to the displacement.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you accept that we're in the midst of the greatest economic transformation in our history, that we're getting rid of the most common jobs in the economy, which we are, that more and more Americans are going to have a harder time finding paths forward in our market economy as it's currently designed, and if you think that it could even lead to widespread social unrest as towns and ways of life disintegrate underneath our feet, then you start looking for real solutions, commensurate solutions. And if you look at our history, the idea of an American dividend has been with us since the founding of the country. Thomas Paine was for it. Martin Luther King was for it. Alaska's had a dividend in place for almost 40 years where everyone is getting between $1,000 and $2,000 a year. So my plan, the freedom dividend, would put $1,000 a month into the hands of every American adult.
The cost savings that come from automation. But that doesn't seem to be what the funding mechanism is.
Well, the funding mechanism, so you look around the rest of the world, you look at social democracies like Scandinavia or UK, and you say, okay, how are they managing this set of issues? Because Amazon, our $1 trillion tech company, paid zero in taxes last year. They just move it to international havens. They expense a lot of stock options. They just find a way to zero. Now, you're up Schitt's Creek if you have a $1 trillion tech company that's getting rid of 30% of retail jobs and you get zero back in taxes. So then you look around and say, okay, how do other countries get their fair share out of Amazon? How do they get their fair share out of Google's new AI trucks? And the most effective way that they've found, every other advanced economy has put in a value-added tax. So if you have a value-added tax, then you give the American people a slice of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every robot truck mile. You give it to us, form a trickle-up economy, but the mechanism's a value-added tax.
But in practice, doesn't that function as a sales tax? You add a VAT that amounts to essentially as if I slapped a 10% sales tax on everything sold in the country, irrespective of the actual mechanism of collecting it.
That is the way it would be experienced in many parts of the economy, yes.
So it was essentially, it's saying that a flat 10% rise in prices.
For certain things, I mean, the actual rise would likely be less in some sectors, but there'd be like very mild inflation in some sectors, yes.
Isn't that a regressive tax?
It would be regressive in a vacuum because obviously if you have less money, then you spend a greater share of your income on various consumer staples. The last thing I would want to do is reduce people's buying power since obviously we're trying to put money into people's hands. So there are ways around it. One, we're putting all that money plus another chunk of money directly into citizens' hands. Two, if you wanted to, you could exempt consumer staples or true up people's benefits in programs, which I would be very, very open to. The third thing is you can ramp up the value-added tax on things that are only bought by very rich people.
Luxury taxes and the like.
Yeah.
But how is a VAT actually taxing the gains from automation? Because it sounds to me from your justification that it's just too hard to get rich people to pay their taxes or get big, firms to pay their taxes because they're just so sneaky and smart and you run the risk of capital flight. But other countries have, for instance, I mean, it's not a sexy way to do it, but having a high marginal tax rate for high earners.
Oh, I'm for higher marginal tax rates. I mean, our tax rates are not progressive enough. But one of the things I say to people is like, look, post-divorce, Jeff Bezos is worth maybe $125 billion. How much do you think Amazon's paying him every year? If I increase the marginal tax rate, 70%, whatever it is, how much of Jeff Bezos' $125 billion are we going to get on an annual basis? Next to nothing, really. Because he's too smart to have a taxable event on his $125 billion. The way you get the money from Jeff is you take a toll from his $1 trillion company, and then you take a toll when he turns around and spends $1 billion on space rockets to Mars. It becomes like oxygen where no one can game it, no one can escape it. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. All we have to do is look at other advanced countries who have figured this out and said it's totally wrong for companies to be profiting and generating hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue from our economy, our society, our people, and not paying back in.
But these countries, you're talking about Scandinavia, you're talking about the UK. These countries do have high top marginal rates.
If there's anybody in the chat, I'm sorry.
I'm not against that
I'm
at all.
having trouble.
Well, they also have things like social wealth funds, sovereign wealth funds.
I'm also for those.
But that's not your
very
proposal
unstable
for
right
mechanism for funding the UBI.
Well, that's the wonder of where we are as a country, where we can take this big investment in ourselves, and we're in a privileged position where
hey,
you
Jojo.
can do the investment
man.
in us before the sovereign wealth
You're so
fund.
small. Why are you so
it's
small?
just it's a happy
there
opportunity
you
for
go.
us that we need to take advantage of.
The super rich, and you talk about this yawning inequality.
Is this
No,
gonna get worse
no,
too?
stop going
it's like
wrong.
You can see the
No.
winner-take-all economy is just going to get worse.
Theoretically, it would get worse. I mean, that's the threat of automation, is that capital share of the profits goes way up because now they can cut labor out. They can basically, I mean, the thing is, there's a vigorous debate on the left about whether, automation is that big of a threat.
No, stop
And
it.
because
No.
automation, what it would stand to do.
Well, but thank you,
is
Jojo. Yeah, I guess I'm
overturn,
assuming
at
you're
least in the
listening.
short term,
but-
a
Yeah.
basic Marxist observation about the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, because this would suggest
Chapo Trap
massive
House.
profits for the owners of these.
Okay, I need a little bit of break anyway. So I mean, it wasn't as contentious as I thought it'd be, but okay. Like, why? Why do they do this, huh? But I want to make a few videos today about a threat in many ways to our public safety. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Developers. Yeah, sorry. I might not be able to interact with the chat much today until this thing gets fixed. I'll try to pull up the. Let's see if Twitch is working. Let me hold on. Restream chat. Restream chat. Chat. Let's see if this thing is still working. Seems like chat is having some issues. Okay. Is that working now? Sort of. Restream chat is being weird. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. I can see you. I can see you now. Oh man, this is old times. Remember when I used to use this thing? Okay. So it is okay. At least Twitch is working. Alright. I need to make a so yeah, so thanks for that. Thanks for yeah, so if the job with the housing thing doesn't work out, then I'm probably gonna be looking towards crypto stuff. You were here when you're using oh you were here. Oh yeah, you were here. Yeah. I couldn't see nothing, man. I don't know. He probably just like saw me fumbling around. But yes. So I was just listening to this interview. This is a far left guy. You're talking about Bernie. This is I think this guy started talking shit about Andrew Yang after this interview. This was a while ago, right? 6 months ago, but he doesn't like him very much. Yeah, fuck Yang. See, you see that? Yang is so close to getting to the point, and then I totally missed it. Yeah, and that's what he's saying, right? Because he's like, really, the answer is Medicare for all. That would solve the economy. I don't even know what they're talking about here. And then so yeah, and then there's like the Yang defending him here. This is a while ago, huh? There's a month ago, not that long. Jesus Christ. It's funny. We should watch we should just listen to the very
Uh,
very beginning. I think you missed the very beginning, but
Hey everyone, Virgil Texas here, and joining me today is entrepreneur and presidential candidate Andrew Yang. Andrew, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thanks for being here. It's a pleasure.
Is it?
No, I mean,
is it? Oh man, what a way to start.
it's a very nice studio where of thousand was get an extra $10.
I don't know. I don't know how he says so nice. Is the chat working? Not really. The restream chat is having some issues right now. So yeah. Oh man, let's listen to it again. It's awesome.
Hey everyone,
It's like
Virgil
the
Texas
chat
here,
is going in and out
joining
right
me
now,
today
so I'm using.
is entrepreneur and presidential candidate Andrew Yang. Andrew, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thanks for being here. It's a pleasure.
Is it?
No, I mean,
Is it? I can't get over that. It's funny.
it's a very nice studio.
You know who turned me on to this though? It was Sonia, man. It was Sonia. Sonia was see Sonia Charles. You know, she was like, "Hey, check out this. Check out." She's Yang Gang, by the way. If I already mentioned, but you know, she's a founder of the EMB movement, one of the founders. But she's like, "Hey, check out this thing." And it's like, oh, yeah. Then things got weird after that, huh? 6 months ago from now was what? It's January now, so I guess that was during the summer. Wow, that was like when I first got involved with all of this. Time does fly, yeah. So I'm sorry. Right now, I can only respond to Twitch chats. If there's anyone else here, I don't think there are, but right now, like the chat is going off and on. I think they're trying to fix something or something. So I'm gonna try to make a video today. I'm gonna make a weird one about duocracy. Wonder if they have pictures. Just fucking do it, man. Just do it. Don't govern. Just do it. Don't. There should be no government. Just do stuff, okay? But it's kind of funny actually. Okay, so for example, oh man, I don't want to make fun of them. You know, I don't want to make fun of people for trying things, but it is kind of funny though. So here's the duocracy. I know, anarchist governance. How can I talk about this without making fun of it? I don't know. It's a little hard because I got to be careful because I know people here, and one of them is a lawyer, and I don't want to get in her face about that. You know, lawyers are scary. Okay, you should be excellent. Don't be afraid to step on people's toes. Wow. That's a little wow. Okay. Okay. I didn't read it that closely. Wow. Okay. Wow. They had more anarchy phase in the past. Yeah. You know, it's not a bad thing, you know, but there's a reason why, you know, it's doesn't turn out the way that you want a lot of times. Oh man, I gotta find the meetings. Where's the meetings? Meetings. There we go. Yeah, this is fun. Oh no, not no. Is it this one? What happened, man? Wait, where did it go? Okay, I don't need the Urban Dictionary, no. Community Wiki. Okay. Oh wait, I know where it is. It's in. It's in. Ah man. They had a like a complete list. Where did it go? Okay, Duocracy. Okay, I'm just gonna click on all of them. It's in here somewhere. Okay, this is all the same. Sitemap. Wiki node. Recent changes. RSS feed. Communitywiki.org. No. Category. Where is the notes? It's got to be the notes. I don't know. Ooh, general forms of conflict. That should be good. Oh no, it's just a Wow. Okay, I'm trying to make. Okay, this is very it's very techy, and lots of technical stuff in here. Need to find the. Where are the minutes? How about if I put minutes? Does that come up? Okay. Let's go back to Noisebridge. Okay, there's the shitty website. Okay, good. This is the old shitty website. They updated their website. Okay, I think they're having trouble. They do fun things here, you know? They do fun things. There we go. Meetup. General forum. Mailing list. People. Twitter. Oh, wait, hold on. Something happened. Maybe the chat is working again. Well, we'll see. RS3. Okay. Seriously though. There it is. Consensus items history. This is what I was looking for. A request was made, but no response was received. Okay, never mind. No, it's not. It's still broken. There we go. I love this. This is so like. It's like, yeah, we're anarchists, but we gotta govern ourselves somehow. So let's start doing this. Okay, so Brian said that we should pay $6,500 for we are currently billed for $10,000 for the last elevator repair. What the fuck? That's a lot of money, you know? Then so we should pay $6,500. I said that it was 5 years, same rate without the elevator clause, you know, fuck that, fuck elevators. But Brian was like, no, I'm not interested in that. Tyler, he was like, okay, well, how about 7,250? And I'm like, no, I think 7K is better. And he's like, well, you know, how about 7K with 2 years? And he was like, I want more than 2 years. So how about 3 years with 7,100? And like, well, and what is this? This is just like, this is bureaucracy right here, man. it's okay, man. You need a little bit of bureaucracy to get stuff done, like figuring out if you should pay $10,000 for your elevator, or should you just pay $7,000, or It's kind of, I know, so much for it. Look how well organized they are, though. but it's weird because like their whole idea was that there was like no founder, there was no leader, because they wanted to decentralize everything, right? And I think that there's a noble intention in that. It's not easy, man. It's not easy doing things decentralized and stuff. Separation of powers and all that. Okay, I'll save the developer stuff for later. Okay, so this is good. I like the minutes. Yeah, this is great. History, history is great. Seems like they haven't updated this as much. It's so like, but they do. The anarchist part is that it is very disorganized. They have a link here, they have a link there, everyone is doing their own thing. You don't know where, because it's made that way, I can tie it into crypto governance models. And I do think they use this too, right? Okay, wait, that's already there. Just go back to the website. There we go. And then, Bitcoin. Of course they'll take Bitcoin. Of course they did. Anti-controversy. It's not a Ponzi scheme, okay? Look. Bitcoin is real money, okay? Okay, what is this? Okay, and then I can actually load this up too. It's kind of fun. Bitcoin is so weird, man. The guy who created it, nobody knows who he is. It was made anonymously from some dude on the internet. We're assuming it's a dude, but who knows? Could be anything. Okay, please get off the... Can I log in now? Oh, now I can. I might be able to log in now. Oops, something went wrong. Oh no. Okay, I don't think the chat is gonna work, man. If Bitcoin isn't a, does that mean no? Some Bitcoin, some cryptocurrencies are scams. Okay, I'll be honest about that. Some of them are scams, and some of them, they don't exist. They're like, hey, if you send us money, we'll give you 5,000 I don't know, kitten coins in return, and then they just take your money. And the big one is the big one that got caught is what was it called? Oh man, BitConnect. I remember. Oh man, see, this is the
hey 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 hey.
BitConnect.
What's up, BitConnect?
And then after that guy screamed that they took their money and a bunch of people went to jail. Yeah, good times. Yeah, they scammed everyone, man, and they what was I hope they went to jail. Yeah, man, dude, they stole a lot of money, man. 2.6 billion. That's fucked up. That's a lot of money. They stole a lot. Yeah, so hopefully they're in jail, but I haven't kept up with it after they got into trouble. I was like, no, don't. I remember back when I was into this stuff, I was like, no, don't give money to these people. Don't. You know, everything they were doing was pretty fishy. But that's their claim to fame. That guy screaming BitConnect right before they got shut down. MLM type of scheme. What is a MLM? You want to use Bitcoin, but I don't know how. Actually, I got that. So Lodi-chan, the easiest way to get started with crypto is go to Coinbase. Actually, I probably let me check first. Okay, yeah, it's fine. So yeah, so I had to my credit card got stolen this last month. So oh wow, it's gone up. Oh man, the Ethereum price has gone up. Okay, I don't need to look for a job then. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just gonna. Nah, it needs to go up a lot higher than that. But Coinbase is the easiest way to start with crypto. You know, just log in. It basically functions exactly like a bank, and I think they even have FDIC protection. You know, in case. Yeah, so this functions more like a traditional bank, and it's an easy way to get in. So. Oh, hey Hank! Wow, this is like old times, man. This is like old times when I first started streaming on Twitch. Hello, fellow NIMBY. What? So it would make a multi-level marketing. Oh yeah. No, yeah, that's fuck. Yeah. You're right. You're right, pooping. Yeah, it was kind of like that, and it was always fishy from the beginning. Old chat, old viewers, old topics. I love the accuracy. I don't know. So you could put any amount. Yeah. So basically, I can't log in because it has a personal info in there. But basically, you just kind of go in and they're like, hey, connect your bank to this account. Oh, do you want to buy, I don't know, 5 Ethereum coins? Sure. You know, and then they'll do all the work for you. They'll manage your wallet for you. Yeah, Coinbase is the safest. So if you want safe, this is the best place to go. And the downside is that there's what do you call the transaction fees are kind of high compared to other places, but I don't know. I'm not. I'm kind of at the point where I don't want to be like. So the problem with managing your own wallet is that if you lose your password, that's it. You're fucked. You know, you're just fucked. So it's a lot less anxiety inducing when you use services like Coinbase because they manage your wallet for you, and you know you can use it just like like you would with a bank. But what is Yang's position on Israel? Are you a pro-Palestine person that will get angry if he doesn't if he doesn't take a side. Because if you want him to take a side, you'll be very disappointed. You're pro-Israel, okay? Well, you're disappointed then. He's not gonna take a side, man. Okay. If you want to see peace, okay. Well, he doesn't have I don't know. We can check now. Last I checked, he gave kind of a diplomatic answer, and people were giving him shit for that. So I'm expecting more of the same. Where is... So if I tie your bank account to Coinbase and you want a Bitcoin, am I looking at spending $10? It's about... Dang, I don't remember. More like... I think there's a minimum transaction fee of $2 or something like that. It could be based on percentage as well. It's a little complicated, but you can check it out yourself. I would suggest, like, they're pretty transparent about it. So if you just log into Coinbase, and you can check it out yourself. You know, it'll say, okay, here's how much it costs. Here is your transaction, and here is the service fee. And once you get better at it, you might consider using other services so that you can save on the transaction costs, because it can add up, you know. But in the beginning, I would recommend just, like, you know, fooling around with the easier stuff first. How did you feel when Yang spoke about you? Are you talking about Evelyn? Don't store your cryptos in online exchange. Oh, you would say that, Hank. I know. Because you don't trust them, right? You don't trust them. You're one of those guys who saves their wallet on a USB stick and puts it in a safe, right? How did you feel when you... Well, I was at the Women's March yesterday, so I don't know. That's a weird question, because, like, what am I supposed to be feeling, right? I mean, it's terrible, of course, but I usually try not to interject myself in those sorts of situations unless, you know, I have direct experience with certain things. So, but the safe part is correct. Physical paper, yeah, yep. See, oh, I knew it. Man, yeah, the Bitcoin people are like that. See, us Ethereum people, we trust the institutions a little bit, you know, not that much, but we trust it enough that I'm okay with it exchange, as long as they people are keeping an eye on them, you know what I mean? Why do you assume my crypto? Anger, feel more like, I guess depression would be the closest, because this shit happens all the time, man. Like, one of my friends got raped a couple years ago. You know, she was just walking around downtown LA and she got raped. So it sucks, but I can't. If I got angry every time it happens, then it would just be endless, you know. So it's just, so I guess sad. Sad is the closest thing. But my Ethereum is well, I'm waiting. I even talked to a Yang yesterday at the Women's March. He says, "Oh yeah, I was raped too." Like, oh, okay. I'm sorry. You know, but that's the depressing part. It happens all the time. And so I'm sympathetic to the Me Too people, you know, honestly, because and then people give women shit when they try to bring it up. You know, who was raped at? No, not it. That did not happen at the march. Okay, she talked about it. One of the Yang Gang members talked about it at the march. Just to be clear. Yeah. Oh man, we want to watch the crazy. And then you have like people like this. Yeah, like people like this. Like then you have people like this. It's scary for girls, I know, man. It's scary, you know, like. And so like, guys have to be careful about talking about this stuff because you don't want to pretend that you know what they're going through, right? And so, the best thing you can do is just listen to their story, and because like unless you can directly fix their problem somehow, I don't know, like I don't even know what that means, but I have been told by I know some of you are not fan of these people, but I have been told by feminists that the best thing you can do in those situations is just to believe them, you know? You don't have to do nothing, just believe that what they're saying. And that's it. Oh man, and then I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I was at the Women's March yesterday just as proof, and then there was this crazy Jesus guy. Oh yeah, you love this.
Everybody's just so extreme, you know, why? You know, why I gotta do.
They really do not like Donald Trump, if you noticed. But there's a crazy Jesus guy there. Like, what the hell? What is he? There he is. Oh yeah. Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna play this clip while I get my stuff. You think Trevor Noah's a Yang Ganger? I think he likes him. It's tricky for. It'd be really ironic. Oh no, that was Stanford. That's the worst place to do it, man. You're gonna get your ass kicked. Everyone's gonna beat your ass. Yeah, if you're a rapist and you go to this march, that's not a good idea. No. Okay, but let's see the Jesus. He was like, man, you gays and feminists and what was he saying? Oh yeah, you're all going to hell. If you have an abortion, you're also going to go to hell and die. That's what he said. Yeah, I was like, wow. Normally, I talk to the Trump people. Normally, I make an effort to talk to the people on the right, but this guy's a little bit too much, man. All right, I'll be right back. Yep, he said it at the Women's March, man. He's trying to provoke me.
You see, no shame. She has no shame. They gotta hear it. They don't need to hear that. I got little girls here, I got little boys here. They don't want to hear that.
Oh man, it's turning into a big mess. Man, this is an old school right-winger guy, man. See, like a lot of the moderate conservatives, they don't go that far to condemn LGBTQ community, you know? Even the Republican Party has been more open about that recently, so...
I know.
What is he doing here?
He is a mess. So basically, he was there. Yeah, he came by and he was just like, "Hey, don't have an abortion or you're gonna die and go to hell. Stop being gay. You're gonna die and go to hell. You know. Jesus says, stop sucking dick. You know. I don't know. There's a guy there who was just trying to arguing with him about that. So I don't know. It was an okay event. But you know what? At the very end, they're like, "Hey, vote blue or no matter who." They brought in Maxine Waters to come in here and they told everyone how to vote. And I'm like, no, thank you. Up until then, it was fine. But then they brought in an agenda. Vote blue no matter who. And then it was like an official message of the event. I'm like, come on, man. Why not? So, I mean, even the women in the Yang Gang were kind of annoyed by that. You know, they're like, I'm not voting. Like, don't tell me how to vote, Elizabeth Warren, just because I'm a woman. You know, like don't tell me how to vote. You know, I'm not voting for her just because she's a woman. You know, and I'm just like, wow. Yeah. So I don't know. It wasn't that great. And we had a Bernie guy. Oh man, you guys should know. Man, it's been a while since I was here, but let's see now. Oh man, I got oh yeah, there you are. I got like 800 likes for this one. That was nuts. That's the most. I wasn't even trying. That was the thing. So, but no, the Bernie people. I've heard rumors that Bernie people in Iowa are being trained to go after Yang and Tulsi supporters and tell them to drop out. Vote for Bernie, the progressive with the actual chance of winning. I'm like, dude. And I had a guy at the march try to pull that shit on me. and you know they come in all the time into the in chat and they do that too, right? Like even on Twitch, right? They come in and it's so obvious when they're trying to do it, and they're like, they think they're being so clever. They come up with different stories every time. They're always bad. They're always disingenuous. Anyway, Bernie's gonna lose, okay? This is why. I know, right? Like, you were in Iowa. You were actually in Iowa, Jojo. And so, would you vote for Trump over Bernie or Liz Warren? I see. If Yang doesn't win the nomination, I'm probably just gonna sit out. I cannot bring myself to vote for Trump. I'm sorry. I just don't like him. But I'm like, I don't know, maybe Biden, maybe. It's weird because before I was like, okay, if Bernie becomes the primary winner, I'll vote for him. Now, no, not anymore. But I would consider voting for Biden. Cause at least he's not fucking crazy, you know? Why do you not want to go with Iran? Like, wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, no, they're doing it to everyone. They're doing it, even the Pete people are complaining. Like, they're doing it to everyone. It's gotta be a strategy, you know? Someone has to be directing them to do that. Because every single person I've interacted with say the same thing. It's like really consistent, you know? If you look in the media, all the pundits use that talking point. Oh, I asked you if you want to go to a Yang rally with me. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I missed that when I went to the bathroom. Well, I mean, I could go, but The next one, there's a big rally tomorrow for the MLK March. Let me see if I can bring that up. 1 second. Can I log in now? No. Oh, bicycles. Oh, crap. Okay, 1 second. Oh, is it working now? Is chat working now? Sort of. Oh, you live near San Francisco. I live in LA, so that might be tough. San Francisco's not that far. Okay, I think the chat is working now. Okay, give me a second. Hey. Oh, hey, Jason. Man. Okay, I'm glad I got in. Okay, I think the chat's working now. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna switch over. Okay, let's load this up. Uh, right now is not a good time. I'm sorry. Cause I have a lot of housing stuff coming down too, and I'm also waiting for I just did a job interview this week, so or last week, so it's gonna be tough, getting out of town for a few weeks, I think. But okay, but it's good to know that you're in San Francisco, because I do go up there once in a while. Let's see. Okay, is it working? So I'm not. So I'm on Twitch. Twitch is working. Mixer is working, but some of the other ones aren't working yet. Even though, wait. No. Wait. The hell, man. Okay, at least they're letting people know that they are experiencing issues. We sincerely apologize. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. As long as yeah, at least they let people know. That's good. I mean, that was not a good answer, bro. I'm really bad. What are you talking about? Maybe you can go meet one day at Phil's Coffee. I mean, what do you want to do? You're being a little bit aggressive right now. Yeah, SF Poop Patrol. San Francisco is a terrible place, man. Right now, that place is due for a riot. Aggressive? Question mark. Yeah. You don't notice it in your tone. Lefty fascist. I gotta know what you're trying to do, but you want to learn. Well, but you can learn from it from here. You're free to ask questions. You know, I don't understand why you want to meet in person about it. That's really the why. So what do you like about Trump, leftist fascist? Yeah, see, it's like it doesn't make sense to meet in person unless there's a reason to, you know. All right, this is a troll. I'll see you later, man. It's probably a Bernie guy too. Is my guess. He thinks he's being clever by being like, you know, he thinks he's being clever by pretending to be a right winger. They don't talk like that, man. Oh man. Oh. See, this is why. That's why he's gonna lose, man. This is why Bernie is gonna lose. They do shit like this all the time, and they think they're being clever, but they're really not that smart. So I'm going to ban you right now. You're wasting everyone's time. They're a waste of everyone's time. You know? That's their thing. They just get in everyone's way and waste people's time trying to do important stuff, and they want all the attention for it. Okay, let's see. Why should it take so many steps? There we go. There we go. It's clear from the chat. I know, but that's the thing, you know? They do this kind of stuff out. They're here to waste your time. So, be careful. Be careful of that. I've gotten used to it now. He's probably gonna make another account, come back in, and then start talking shit, and then he's like, why free speech? You know, like, why are you banning my free speech? Yeah. It's like it's happened so much already. Like you can just feel it already, right? They're like, it's like okay, on the surface they're saying nice things about Yang, but then wait a minute. That's what the guy at the yesterday's event did too. You know, like he came in, he was like, "Oh, why do you support Andrew Yang?" You know, I'm like, just the way he asked it. You know, you just get a weird like, why did you ask it like that? You knew he wanted to say, you know, you knew he wanted to say, yeah, when is he gonna drop out, right? Like, come on, man. They're bad. That's the thing. They're really bad at hiding it. Like, all right, yeah, that's enough. So I want to make a thing on duocracy. It's kind of fun to talk about. But I want to try to. I don't want to make it like. There's a lot of things in here that you can easily make fun of, but I believe in crypto. You know, I'm a believer. So, how important is the governance motto? It's a good thing I have all day today. You know, otherwise, I'd be like, oh my god. I wasted 30 minutes talking to that guy. This is a little... I don't know. It's hard to... Cryptocurrency... governance motto... Oh man, New Hampshire. You're still gonna be in New Hampshire, Jojo. I heard that place is a lot more. It can be a lot of fun. You know. You know, their state slogan is "Live free or die," right? So, oh, the weirdos are there, man. Oh, that sounds like fun. I kind of want to go. Oh man, I should go. Maybe I should go. Even that girl I'm talking to right now, she lives there. Maybe it could be a... Oh man, and Lauren is from there too. And then... man, there's no good pictures on this. Left is fastest. He followed me. Well, thank you very much, even though I banned him. I don't know how he did that, but... See what I mean? They love the attention. That's the thing. That's all they care about. They only care about themselves and attention. And whenever you ever try to talk about anything else, they get real bent out of shape. They're just kids, man. It's just cryptocurrency governance. How about just in privacy standards. Okay, this is not too bad. How about this one? So who's this made by? Okay, scalability, privacy, interoperability. You have all three, combine them together, and you have utopia, right? Oh man, so easy. So easy, just 3 steps. But yeah, I've been on a cryptocurrency kick this week just because of that interview. Oh, my throat is still... Okay, it's getting better though, it's gradually. Okay, so... I guess I'll start the... Let's see, do I have everything I need? I'm trying to keep my videos under 15 minutes. I tend to ramble on too long, so I'm just trying to curb that a bit. Now they have we're organized a holocracy. Oh yeah, I guess it's worth talking about holocracy too. That's another weird thing. Oh man, evolve your organization, man. Experience holocracy. Oh. Intro to holocracy. Do I want that? Just give me the bullet points, please. Yeah, how about the wiki article? Okay, good. Yeah, be good to have 2 examples, right? And then Zappos, I think, was the one. Zappos, even Medium, huh? Holocracy sounds like a. It kind of is, yeah. This is actually a really complicated subject to talk about because I can even tie it. Okay, I gotta tie it in back to Andrew Yang somehow, right? And then so oh, good. Look at this. Oh yeah. Wait. Let me. Oh man, the people on the right really make fun of her, like about that. Yeah, we gotta check this out though. This is yeah, where was it? It was around here. It's around here. Oh, there we go. Warrior Princess with Warren. I don't know who that was, who thought that would be a good idea to have that sign, but it's a little cringy, huh? I'm like, oh man, like, I mean, it's not quite offensive, but it's so close, you know. It's right on the edge. Oh man. And I was talking to Laura, and she was like, "Yeah, the Warren people were like, hey, you're a woman, so you're gonna vote for Warren, right?" And she's like, "No, fuck no, fuck no, no way. What you do? Don't talk to me like that." Yeah, it's pretty funny. Xena Warrior Prince. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. Wow. That's an old school. I think I watched like one episode of it. Was it Andrew? Was it not Andrew? Was it Arnold Schwarzenegger in that? In a few episodes of that, I don't remember. It was just like, wow. I think he made a cameo in that show somewhere. Could be remembering it wrong, but okay, I don't need that. Let's cut out stuff we don't need. Okay, we don't need this. Oh man, I remember when I used to work for this company. Oh man, no, never again. Even Dogecoin has a better governance motto. Yeah. Xena used to be huge, man. And I was like, I don't know why, but people watched it. Okay, holacracy, duocracy. I'll start with the noise bridge thing. Okay, what's the difference between these two? Okay, they're kind of the same thing. I just need the website. This is where I got introduced to this stuff. Women beating up monsters and bad guys was a niche thing, was it? I guess it was kind of a niche thing, huh? Yeah, and then I just kind of remember watching an episode where, like, Xena and Arnold Schwarzenegger were like, hanging out together, and I'm like, yeah, let's kick some ass, and then they did that. My father is a home builder, and he says the laws in California make it very... Oh, wow, is that true? How much? How difficult? Okay, so I'm gonna move the chat off. I'll talk to you later. After this is done, I have to do some work today, so give me a second. Okay, consensus items, history, Bitcoin, And then, oh yeah, I need the video from Andrew Yang talking about this stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of. It costs a lot of money to build any housing. Women's Barch, CryptoCoin, Cookies for Yang. Wait, where did it go? Oh yeah, okay. It's actually the latest one. They use anything as an excuse, man. Anything they can think of. See, and you think it's an isolated thing, but I just had a guy that I used to know from college. And he's a homeowner now, and then I'm like, and he actually complained about shadows from buildings. You know, he's like, oh man, shadows from buildings. And you know what he said? He said that shadows from buildings make me depressed. And I don't want that shit in neck built neck. Like, what the made me okay. This is what he said. He said he was like, it's the shadows from buildings make me feel depressed, and so me defending my home or something yada yada was like a matter of survival. I'm like, no. And you know, I told him straight up that it was like, you know, the whole like shadows from building things. We're in the middle of a homelessness crisis. That sounds, that's not a good look. That you make yourself sound so petty, you know. But he was like, no, this is a matter of survival. I'm gonna kill myself if the shadow. Like, dude, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself being ridiculous. You know, I didn't tell him that, but I cut off the conversation right after that. But that's the stuff, man. NIMBYs are just like entitled, don't give a shit, and melodramatic. Oh man, I should pull it up. This is relevant to. I gotta get used to it. You know, if I get this job with housing, I'm gonna out NIMBYs. You know, I'm gonna talk about them specifically. You know, Mr. John Smith here in public comment said this. Look how ridiculous that is. Do you want to be that? Do you want to look that ridiculous? No. Yang's policy is anti-NIMBYs. You know, you have to stand up to ridiculous people like that because they are running the show. Let me pull up that thread though. It's pretty ridiculous, man. People need to see this actually. Hopefully he's not watching right now, but I mean, I don't even know him that well anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so you gotta be careful with talking to people who support you in theory, but once it comes down to the grind, they end up caving to their own selfish interests. And so follow-up is very important. It's hard though, you know, you don't want to be rude, but like it's kind of like, man, you're not serious, so forget it. You think that just building more housing will help the homeless? Yeah, of course. What do homeless people lack? They lack a home, right? And NIMBYs try to make it seem like it's more complicated than that, but that's a bad faith. That's a bad faith argument. There it is. Oh, there it is. Here it is, man. There it is. You know, at first he seems kind of reasonable. Okay, yeah, the solutions. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, no, your property values will not go down if you build a apartment complex. That is false. And then this is where he went crazy. You know, it's like, okay, potentially blocking the light, people looking down on my yard, potentially rowdy. This is exactly what a NIMBY sounds like. Rowdy people, all those people, right? And I'm like, dude, no. It's a running joke, and people are going to make fun of you for saying shit like this. And I'm sorry, I have to be the guy to point that out, but yeah, you can check it out, right? Like, well, why don't they both build more housing? Because of NIMBYs. They block them. They block it at the local level. They just keep on blocking it. Yeah, I would suggest like doing some research on it, because I don't know where you live. I don't know where you live, but if they you know, I don't know where you live, but chances are good that your local government is blocking housing to poor people, especially for very petty reasons like these, you know. So, good times. Okay, I'm gonna make my video now. Gotta get. It's good. Yeah, you talk about housing. You know, get into. All right. I forgot what I was going to talk about, but it's okay. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts Project. So, you know, I've been making a lot of videos about cryptocurrencies recently. Sorry, my throat is a little still dry. It's getting better over time, but it might take a few more days. So I'm kind of gonna switch gears and talk about a little bit about more about the potential you know, since I talk a lot about politics in this channel, I thought it'd be kind of interesting to talk about more about how technology can and has influenced politics. And the most interesting thing going on in that kind of topic area right now is really the cryptocurrency slash blockchain technology communities that have been going on. So just a real quick kind of like the idea of let's see, blockchain governance, right? Oops, there it is. So there's kind of a I don't want to get too far into the details of this because it gets kind of long, but the basic idea of like using the blockchain to do governance, so to speak, right, is like you can use, so every time you create a wallet on a cryptocurrency system, you know, a wallet, you know, you can think of it as like, this is where you store your money, this is where you store your identity. And they're still working out the kinks right now, but it's getting better every year. And eventually, what we're going to have is like, we may be able to vote on things online in a safe and secure way using the blockchain on the internet. You know, right now, a lot of government organizations are very skeptical. Well, one is because we're way behind in the technology front, you know, as far as government goes. But the other part is that there's a lot of questions about how secure they are, you know, like, would you trust an internet poll to, I don't know, make very, very important decisions about you know, your property tax or something like that? I don't know, right? It seems a lot of people are worried of that, but they are working on it. It's going to get better, and I'm gonna show some examples here of some of the early stages of where these things have been put into practice. So, okay, so let's see. I'll go with the high level stuff first. So, when I was living in San Francisco, I used to be kind of like, I used to hang around a lot of creative people and kind of floated around from organization to organization, hanging out with different creatives. And depending on what city you live in, that can mean a lot. It can be a very different thing. Like the creative people in LA are very different than the creative people up in San Francisco. San Francisco has a lot of tech people who kind of use their skills to, work on projects like these. So, this is a mix of music, wood, textiles, metal, computer programming, electronics, science, robotics, basically anything you can think of. But it does have a more technological bent. And this is one of the organizations I was hanging out with. So I wasn't officially a member. I just kind of went there once in a while to hang out. But they have an interesting little system here called Duocracy. Decentralized anarchist way of deciding and managing. That sounds like a contradiction in terms here, right? Like what? So you're an anarchy, but you're also managing stuff. How does that work? So when I went there, I asked, "Oh, so who's the founder or who's running this show?" And they're like, "No one. No one runs the show. We are fully decentralized." I'm like, "What? Like really?" so apparently they figured out some way of organizing themselves in a collective way using technology, and so I started digging into it, and then so first they have a kind of a code of conduct or whatever you want to call it, like a mission statement, right? Be accountable, sure, yeah, everyone should take responsibility for their actions, sure. Who can argue with that? Don't be afraid to step on other people's toes. Okay. Sometimes you're going to have disagreements and people are going to be really unhappy about it, and that's okay. Stepping on toes is fine. I don't know about the way this is worded, but whatever, if that works for them. Use C, consensus, don't use either or. I like this one. This is pretty nice. Like it's not either or, even in housing, right? It's not market rate or public housing. It's both. We need both because the market rate shit actually funds the low income and the public stuff. They need each other to survive. Like it's not either or, it's both. Be compassionate. Also, don't be a dick. Okay. Anyway, you get the point, right? So they have these few of these rules that kind of give the overview of like, okay, this is how we want people to act. This is sort of like the mission statement or the code of conduct. The Bible of the organizational approach. Organizational approach. Like every organization needs something like this because if you don't have something like something to drive people's behaviors, people are just going to do whatever the hell they want, and it's going to turn into a disaster. So but they did it in a way that decentralized. That was the most interesting part. And I think they're still up and running. I know they've been around for at least 5-6 years, so they haven't gone away. I'm sure not everything is perfect, but it works for them apparently. So how do they do it? Well, apparently they use Bitcoin. Or like these things change all the time, so I don't want to dig too deep into it. It might be different now since I was there, but I know that they've been using technology to create a sort of a consensus mechanism behind, right? And so what they do is they have people like these, talking about very, very nitty gritty, like okay, we owe $10,000 for the elevator. how much should we try to pay? Well, 6,500, 6,250. No, that's too high. It should be 7,000, 7,000, 2 years. I don't know about that. How about 3 years, 70? Okay, anyway, you know, uh, it's kind of funny because this is supposed to be anarchy, but then when I just read through their their logs here, it's like, wow, they're just this is like they're just doing politics. Politics involves a lot of negotiations, and people vote on things, and sometimes they agree with you, sometimes they don't. But it's uh yeah. So this is sort of the end result, even though you're an anarchy, in the end you end up with kind of a system where you're doing politics. Like these people are politicians, right? They come up. Sure, anyone can go to a meeting and propose something, but not everyone does, right? And it becomes more and more specialized, and these people end up running the show at the end of the day. Everyone else is apathetic. So, but like that. So, San Francisco is a weird place, and there's a lot of interest in like running companies or organizations using these types of models. And here's a little bit more I don't want to say developed, but it's a little bit more mainstream, and it's called holacracy. This made the press a few years ago, so you might have heard of it before. But the two big companies that are using it right now, Zappos and Medium, and it's a similar thing. It's a governance process where like the powers to make decisions and stuff is decentralized. Yeah. So okay. So sounds all interesting, and depending on who you talk to, these systems work great, or they don't work so great. They have their pros and cons, but instead of digging into that, I just want to kind of look into what does this have to do with technology, right, and politics. So, yeah. So here's a little criticism by Dilbert. I have no idea what I should be doing. Yeah, because it's decentralized. Nobody's going to tell you what to do, man. Just be yourself. It's like, hey, who's your boss? I don't have a boss. I just be myself at work all day. I'm like, oh, great. I get it. Did you get anything done? Well, sometimes. Okay, anyway. So right now, like the whole idea of cryptocurrency governance is very it's in its very early stages. Cryptocurrencies and the blockchain, the technology hasn't been around that long. Arguably you could say it's around 2011 is where it kind of started taking off as a thing. And if you didn't know already, this is worth pointing out. So Satoshi Nakamoto, who is probably a Japanese guy, is the founder or the inventor of Bitcoin, but nobody knows who he is. Like he's just known as Satoshi Nakamoto on the internet, and nobody has ever met him. Nobody has ever done an interview with him, so he's an anonymous guy. And so this Nakamoto, who's like supposedly he really revolutionized like the internet industry by creating this cryptocurrency thing, right? He came up with the concept, and nobody knows who he is. He's anonymous, and we don't even know if he's real. Is he dead? I don't know. Right? We don't know. But he has a lot of Bitcoin just sitting around in the account. It was worth a lot of money, but he has not touched it, not even once. If someone withdraws from that account, it'll be all over the news because people are like keeping close tabs on this stuff, but he has not touched it. So weird, huh? It's like a weird this is the origins of this revolutionary technology, and it's done by anonymous, you know, anonymous guy. So it's kind of a so because there was no founder or no CEO to drive this project, you know, he purposely removed himself from the picture. That forced everyone to like start thinking about, okay, how do we how do we govern things when there is no clear head honcho, right? Like in most startups, there's a founder or CEO who basically makes decisions about everything. But here it is, you know, here's some crypto. Okay, you guys figure it out. Okay, good luck. So that's what kind of what has been driving the developments in this area for the last 3 years, you know? Like because we have no, you know, dear leader to cling on to, we have to figure out how to do this shit ourselves, you know? It's kind of interesting. So you know, while these things, you know, the theocracy and the holacracy, like these things might sound a little bit weird to a lot of people, just keep in mind that these are like experiments in government, really, you know, and to see what works and what doesn't. And I think it's a interesting experiment, you know, overall. Even the ones that don't work, you know, I think it will, you know, it should be commended because at least they gave it a shot, you know. My governance idea, you know, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna do this, but I like the idea of picking leaders. Like I don't know, like I do think that like any organization needs leadership, but I like the idea of picking your leaders by lottery, you know. And I don't know, it depends how extreme you want it to be, but it's basically like, okay, everybody gets, it's kind of like the draft, right? You get drafted into becoming a politician. So you might receive a letter one day and you're like, hey Ryan, you want to be the mayor of LA? I'm like, no. Well, too bad. You're the mayor now, or you're going to jail. Like, oh, well, okay then, because man, you know, oh man, people who want to be politicians, they're kind of crazy. You know, Andrew Yang says this all the time. I didn't run for president because I wanted to be president. I am not insane, and he's right. Like people who want to be president, they have to be a little narcissistic and a little bit crazy. So what you want to do is get people who don't want the job in the job. You know, maybe it can be volunteer, but I feel like just randomly picking someone, it would probably yield better results than the way we're doing it right now. But who knows, you know? Maybe that's for a project somewhere down the line. But okay, so kind of going back to it, right? So one, tying it back to Andrew Yang, actually. So I'm not gonna play this clip, but he talks about social credits here, like the details of this stuff is not really worked out yet. You know, most of it is theoretical because the technology is so new. But he's experimenting with the idea that you can give social credits to citizens based on good behavior. So let's hear a little bit about that right now.
And social credit equals $1 and you can trade it in at any bank, then you'd be like, well, I guess it's really $1. Maybe you do it once just to test it out. Like you'd get like 100 social credits, you'd go turn it into $100. You'd be like, yeah, I guess that works.
It's almost like the gig economy in a different way. That's not paying you by the dollar. Like Uber, you drive around, you pick up someone's groceries, you drop it off, you get 10 social credits.
Yeah, you're right, Andre. It's spot on. More 94% of the jobs created between 2005 and 2015 were gig economy jobs, temp jobs, contractor jobs.
It's a lot of jobs.
So one of the problems we're facing right now is that we have this screwed up health insurance system that's based upon people having full-time jobs and benefits. And then there aren't new jobs that will give them those benefits. So one of the things we need to do is nationalize healthcare. We need to move towards a Medicare for all single-payer approach. But that is the right approach, Andre, where you say...
Okay, so that's about it. I don't want to play too long of it. But, the thing is, in places like China, they already do this. You know, there is a social credit system in China where you get rewarded with these tokens, you know, from the government that for doing certain things, you know, and I don't know, like you'll hear different stories about how well that's working, but the kind of the point is they have one, right? And if we're planning on doing something like that here, we have to play catch up, you know. And the thing is, if you can convert these tokens, right? Like say you get like 500 points from your local supermarket, like does anybody really care? But if you're allowed to convert those points into dollars, people are going to get really interested. And that's what cryptocurrency has shown. You know, you can like, oh, here's some I don't know, here's 5 Bitcoin. Like, who cares, right? They're like, oh, but you can convert it back into dollars. Whoa, and you know that's like when everybody started getting interested. You know, we have all these point systems all over corporate America. You know, what the most common one is like, sorry, excuse me. The flight points, right? Like flight miles, right? Other like banks, sometimes they give you reward credits for using your credit card and so on. And the thing is, like, most people don't really care about those what much, but a lot of people, you probably know people who are like really into it, right? Like, oh man, I have like 10,000 miles, I'm gonna like totally capitalize on that. You know, some people get really into it. So there's a lot of I don't know, potential for cryptocurrencies to kind of tap into that mindset, because people do like money. You know, at the end of the day, people like money. And if you can sort of inject that side of things, like economics, into a lot of the platforms that we use, you know, like it can make a big difference. And when there's money involved, politics will follow, because you know, when something's at stake, people are going to want to do things in the right way. You know, there'll be disagreements about how to do that, but they do, you know, when money's involved, people take things a lot more seriously. So right now, nobody takes anything seriously on the internet because most of it is free. You know, what if I got paid every time someone clicked on a like button? Right? Oh, I'll be nuts. I'll be trying to get all the likes that I can. You know, but honestly, like right now, it doesn't really mean anything. That's why I don't really pay much attention to those stuff. You know, at the end of the, and you don't know, you know, I don't know, like it goes through the YouTube system, and then like they give you money sometimes, and you don't know how it works. There's a lot of uncertainty in the way money works on the internet, which is really what makes it really hard. You know, that what makes it really hard to do work on here. So that can be fixed, you know, but that can be fixed. Okay, so just kind of at the end, right at the end, I'm going to show a real life example. And I've shown this before, but this is Gridcoin. This is one of my favorite coins up there. And basically the idea is that you use the computer's processing power to fuel scientific research. So right, so you basically donate your computer's processing power in order to do like I don't know, protein chain. I'm not a scientist, so don't quote me on this, but it's like protein chain like renderings and DNA strand analysis, and you can basically donate your computer's processing power into this project, and in return you get a bunch of coins. But the thing is, the coins I can get back into US dollars, you know, if I wanted to. I wish this was worth $30,000, but it's not. It's a paltry amount. This is just mostly for testing. But the interesting thing is there's voting, right? So based on, I think it depends on like how much coins you earn, and so here's where it gets a little sticky. So do people who own more coins in the project, should they have more of a say, or should it be equal, right? So you have to make decisions about that sort of thing when you create governance models like this for cryptocurrencies. And as far as we know, we do not know what the correct answer is. But there's hundreds and if not thousands of coins out there experimenting with different types of governance models. So I do think that, like, despite the fact that a lot of the hype behind crypto has kind of died down since 2017, I do think that this technology really kind of has a lot of potential. I'm hoping that one of the polls will load up here. It may take a few minutes. So while we're waiting for that, let's hear John McAfee talk about it a little bit. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan. Okay. No, let's not do that. You can watch the video after that if you want. Okay. I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna cut this part up. I gotta cut this part up after it load. It didn't go as well as. Why can't everything just work all the time? Oh, hey, Beauty Tip. That guy was a troll. That Colleen, whatever. I know Colleen, and she is not that. She would not ask such stupid questions. But yeah, man, I'm convinced there's a guy who's assigned to me. You know, maybe someone from the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. They don't like the stuff I've been putting out, and so they have a guy assigned to me whose job is to harass me and my channel. I don't know. It seems a little conspiracy like, but he's here like every fucking day, you know? Jesus Christ. Every single time. Want to make money while being at home? Oh yeah, that's what the. I wonder how they get. You know, how do they hire these types of people? Right? I know they do. Well, I mean, we know that they exist, right? We know this is happening, and a lot of campaigns, even the ones that claim that they're so good or not evil and whatever, but they, everybody hires them. I'm pretty sure Andrew Yang doesn't, but you know when they accuse us of being bots, right? They're just projecting, man. They are using bots to annoy other people all the time. If only we knew. If only we had access to their man, what happened? What happened? What happened to all the stuff? Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, back to... I'm gonna finish up the video. Alright, so it's finally loaded. Here's some of the things that they have voted on in the past. So, here is 2018 price prediction. It's been a while. It's let's see if we can get the latest one. So the last big thing that they voted on was a price prediction, But here are a little something more substantial. Like, okay, should we? Here is a Project Citizens Science Grid. Okay, so like, should we remove them? We had a few issues with these folks in the past. Should we remove them? You know, are they too toxic? And they're like, okay, yes. You know, so people voted. You know, it's a small community. You know, because it is kind of a niche coin. But 145 people voted. They agree yes, and so therefore this project was removed. You know, so you can you know, the details, the devil's in the details, of course, but you can actually create a form of government purely online now, right? And I do think that's a very powerful thing, because, right, you know, what's missing on the internet right now, you know? Like, okay, you know, you start a you know, you start a Twitter channel, or sorry, a Twitter profile, and then people start interacting with you, and then you have a few dozen people that you interact with, and you want to kind of, you know, keep in touch and like maybe get better organized. But how do you do that, right? Like, at some point you need government, right? Because like, if you get a bunch of people together in a room, unless you want it to be a pure dictatorship, which is really what most internet communities are, you know, at this point. If you're being honest, like, you have some person, you know, the gender does not matter. It's like some person starts a project on the internet. They have complete authority over everything that happens within that fiefdom, and they, you know, a lot of them they go straight to their heads. You know, I'm sure you've interacted with some of those folks before, you know, because they can be like, oh man, I don't like what you're saying in chat right now, Jojo. I'm gonna block you. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna do that, but you know what I mean? So I have complete control, and if you're like, oh no, Ryan, don't do that, there's no recourse, you know? What if we had to vote on things? What if we had to vote on who you want to be represented in your Facebook group, for example, right? Like, all the admins on Facebook, they're self-selected, right? It's not democratic. They're there just because they started it, right? But what happens when they get tired? Like, what happens when they get tired of like running the show, or what if they turned out to be completely crazy? What if they were great in the beginning, but then they became crazy? I don't know, right? That's why we need a way to organize people on the internet in a way that is a little bit more consistent, you know? Right now, what happens is that, okay, someone has a project, they start it, maybe they create a community and a forum or whatever, and it runs for a few years, and then they either get tired of it, or they get burnt out, or they go crazy, or you know, something happens. They have no real way of passing on that power to any other person. So, and then it just ends. The project dies, you know, and you know, this happens all the time, and so I really strongly believe that if we can get things like this up and running, you know, it'll make the internet a lot more smoother. It'll make it a lot more civil, because when you have to reach a consensus like this, you know, you can't just act like a dick all the time, you know, on the internet and expect to get away with it. You can now, but, you know, nothing really good comes out of that. If you have to like say, oh no, vote yes or vote no, then you actually have to talk to people and try to win them over. And that usually involves being a little bit civil if you want to actually win elections, you know? All right, so that's about it. Hope you found this interesting. This is more informative than political, but you know, so what I was talking about, was thinking about recently, so I thought I'd share it. All right, so if you have any comments, let me know, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. All right. Oh yeah, I saw that the Yang Han's infiltrating the Trump Facebook now. I'm like, what? Talk about getting ahead of yourself, huh? We're just assuming that we're gonna win now. We're gonna win, and so might as well get ready, huh? Might as well get ready for the general. I like it. I like it. It's shows confidence. All right, I need to make another video, but I'm gonna take a break. Just yeah, I think that last troll was trying to pretend to be someone I may be interested in. No. They are trying to pretend to be that, and then, except that, they're a complete dumbass, so. Vote blue no matter who, 2020. Well, that's fine. I respect people's decisions about this stuff, you know. I'm just not gonna do it. You wanna vote blue no matter who? Sure. Go do that. I'm not doing it. Oh, man. See, man, oh, there's a split opinion on Amy Klobuchar. It's kind of like, hey, man, I said something nice about Amy Klobuchar. And some people don't like her at all, and then this guy actually met her. And that didn't seem like they got along. But I said, I don't know, but I was talking to a Republican guy. He was like, yeah, she's kind of a bitch, but that's what we need right now. We need a bitch. We need a bitch as a president, you know? I'm like, wow. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's kind of what his point was. You think when you know what do you want someone who's gonna be nice to human traffickers? I don't think so. You need someone with a little bit of like, I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. Sounds lazy. Yeah, it's just laziness. Also, it's just like kind of a reactionary attitude towards Trump, right? I don't like Trump, okay? I'm not voting for Trump. I'm never voting for Trump. I'm not voting for Trump, but I'm not going to vote for someone I don't believe in, you know? Especially if they're going to make things worse. You know, but that's what's missing, you know? People don't respect other people's decisions anymore. They're like, no! No. Oh wait, you weren't here for the been in any of these, it's nuts, right? Like, you have... Ooh, super loud. Yeah. Oh, man, this was depressing. Look at the Bernie people, right? Look at the Bernie crowd here. Let's see, where are they? So, one thing is that I was trying to look around, and I think it has to do with, his recent spat with Elizabeth Warren, but I didn't see any Bernie people inside the crowd. You know, if they were Bernie people, they weren't wearing their gear. But, you know, they were obligated to show up, right? So, there it is, okay. So... I know, they're like literally there ordering you to vote for Bernie. I'm like, whoa. His campaign is falling apart, man. Like, don't believe the hype, man. His campaign is falling apart. They're getting desperate because you can tell by the shit they say, you know, like who you're gonna vote for. Like they're trying to implant in your mind like you need to vote for Bernie. Like I'm like, no. And you know the funniest part about this is that these people, they were on the sidewalk, but they did not join the march. So they wanted people to see them, but they did not participate. So typical. Oh man, they do this shit all the time. They don't show up. They were there, okay, they did show up.
Oh, here we go.
They're the Biden people.
Okay, I see.
You know, I'm like, man, compared to Bernie, I'm like, man, Joe Biden's not so bad now, you know? I'll consider voting for him now. You know, even though he called that guy fat, at least Biden shows these moments of decency, right? And I don't know, I've never disliked him, you know? I would just like, oh, you what do you guys like call, you know? I'm like, he has his gaffes, but I know deep down he's a good guy, and he cares about shit. And I think Bernie used to be that way.
In any of these, it's nuts.
I think Bernie used to be that way a little bit more in the past, but now I don't know, man. I don't see it. I just don't see it anymore. All right, let's go to comments. I wish you'd sell water and hot dogs. Well, you are an entrepreneur. They were there, trust me. No, even better. It was the I love the Latinos and the African American merchants. They're like, "Hey, you want to buy some feminism t-shirts, lady?" Yeah. Like, I forget what it was called. But they were there. They were there selling their shit, hawking their wares. And I'm like, yeah. Good hustle. This guy might be a troll too, but I'll bite. Do you think the world would be better without death? I don't know. I usually don't think about hypotheticals, you know. So give me a second though. One is to know that there's a lot of negative press surrounding China because the US sees them as a threat. Continue to pull ahead of us. I see them demonizing their housing policies time, even though in a lot of respects they handled a lot better than we did. As far as social credits go, I do think the biggest advantage, biggest perk of using a blockchain system is that it makes everything much more transparent. Because every transaction will be put in public view on the internet itself, and cannot be manipulated by one party trying to party. So overall, I do think that it will be a improvement to systems that we are. Hang on. There we go. Airbrush shirts, math shirts. Oh yeah. I like the ones with where their math hats didn't arrive, so they just printed out math on a piece of paper and they taped it to their hat. Yeah, depression is hard, cutie tip. And especially if you're a guy, there's a strong motivation to just keep it under the wraps, you know? I gotta do that too sometimes, you know? I don't tell people when I'm feeling down, but I'm trying to get better at that. I'm just like, fuck, man. Fuck those Bernie people coming into my channel asking stupid questions, you know? Pretending to be people that I know. Yeah, be a man. Suck it up. Get over it. Stop being a pussy, you know? It's kind of how you're kind of... You know, if you're a typical... Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to be typical. If you're a guy growing up in the States, that's how you're raised, you know? That's what society is. So it can be a lot of work to, like... What does that even mean? Yeah, I know. Please define what being a man means, right? Actually, that's a good idea, though. You know, we should really define what does it mean to be a man, right? Like, what does that mean? Because, like, some people think it means being a dick, you know? And they're a dick, and then they're like, hey, I'm being a man by being a dick. I'm like, no. I don't know. For me, it means like being, taking responsibility for your actions, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I think the definition of manliness is like, it also changes, you know, as you get older. Like, doing the right thing, sure, you know. I don't know, it's a complicated issue because everybody has their opinions, right, about what that means. So, to answer your question, about death, I don't know. I really don't know. Because I've already like kind of come to terms with the fact that I'm gonna die, and at some point, you know, I'm not gonna be here forever. And I've seen people who try to cheat death, you know, especially people with a lot of money, right? They think they can cheat death by buying all these fancy things and like fancy treatments, but I'm sorry, you're gonna die. No, I'm sorry. Like, it's the great equalizer, you know. And it don't matter how many billions of dollars you have, it's all gonna go nothing. So, you're talking about violence. Well, violence is never good. in my opinion. I'm a weird mixture of very far left things and a lot of centrist things. I don't know. I might even like identify as a radical centrist if that means anything to you, but. Oh man, I need a ton of things for this tweet, man. I didn't even expect it. I was just like, hey, cut that out. Stop asking us to drop out, okay? Radical centrism, I got interested in. Yeah. And I think it's very relevant today because the political axis is starting to shift. So I honestly think that Democratic Party is a new conservative party. And you're going to see Republicans become more liberal in the next couple of years. But if you have terrible people not dying, then it becomes a problem. Well, yeah, well, see, that's the thing. It's a matter of power, right? So, people making the decisions should be rotated out every few years. Oh, wait, we already do that. You know? You don't want, because like, people, when you give people too much power, it goes straight to their heads, man. There's, you know the saying, right? Like, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely, yeah. So that's why we need some sort of thing keeping people in check. But we can do that without death. You know, we can remove people from power without killing them, right? That's the whole reason why we have democracy. So we don't have to have a revolution every few years. That's tiring, man. Like, yeah, you see, look in the past, they're like, man, I don't like my taxes. Let's kill the Lord up there, you know? And then they chop off his head. And then they're like, okay, well, things are good for a little while, but that new guy, I don't like that new guy. Man, let's chop off his head too. And that gets expensive. You know, it's more of an economic thing for me. Because chopping people's heads off is expensive because they're like, no, don't do that. And then they hire guards, and it's a lot of money. You know? It's a lot of money. Anyway, this is a good book. This is a good book, and it was written in the 90s. You know, this was written in the 90s. And you know what? They talk about automation and how institutions are ill suited to the information age. It's a real good book. It's an old one. This was before Andrew Yang was even thinking about anything, really. So it just kind of shows that a lot of the ideas that Yang talks about has been around. You know, he's not saying anything new. Like, really, he's not saying anything new. Like, people think Yang is some kind of, you know, cyborg from the future, but it's not that he's ahead, it's that we're behind. You know, that's what Americans don't want to admit to, you know, because there's too much pride. You know, there's too much pride. America number one. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. We suck at housing. Our housing laws suck. And it's obvious that it sucks. Look at San Francisco, you know? It's a fucking mess up there, and like, no, we're number one. Like, no, we're not. Anyway, is it the center? Yeah. So I would consider myself to be a moderate. So I like for example, I'm in favor of bigger federal government. So that makes me very left, you know. But I believe in economics. You know, that's why I'm not voting for Bernie. Bernie does not understand economics, even though he should, because Karl Marx was an economist. You know, Karl Marx knew his shit. Like, that's why That's why, you know, he's a historical figure. He was an economist, and he was like, wait a minute, the system sucks, and he knew what was wrong, and he knew what to say about what was wrong, and that's why everyone remembers him. So Bernie Sanders is a communist. He's a social democrat. Is this really live? Is this really live? Is it? On Twitch it said it ended. Wait, really? Everyone else is still here. GLP. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's been some issues with Restream today, so you might have gotten that. So communist, I don't know. So, it's just I have an issue with Bernie's like communist stance. You're so polite, so thank you. Oh sure, yeah. I have like people on the right come in my channel all the time because they know I'm not gonna yell at them. I only get mad if they're like talking in bad faith, you know, and if I sense that, I'll ban them immediately. But middle right, okay, my brother's middle right, so I'm used to it. My brother hates UBI, by the way. Well, he doesn't hate it. He's just like, UBI is dumb. But hey, he said that he would support it if it was coupled with a flat tax. So you're welcome, John McAfee. Oh man, John McAfee does not care about winning the election. He's gonna create his own government on the internet, and he's gonna do a lot of drugs all around the way. It's gonna be great. I know, John McAfee says some crazy shit, man. He's just like, well, you know, when you're on mescaline and, you know, snorting cocaine off of a hooker's ass, you know, sometimes you get thinking about Bitcoin. And I don't know, he like makes tweets like that all the time. He used to. I think he mellowed out a little bit since getting married, but drug. I know, but you know he's being for real because there's like too much. There's like way too much detail in it for it to be not true. You know what I mean? You hate Republicans. Don't build a mountain up. Holy box specs. Oh, I don't know. I used to hate Republicans too. Now I just dislike both parties now. You know, I'm growing up. I'm getting more mature. I just don't like anyone. Parties are bad. Anybody that says like I'm a hardcore Republican or I'm a hardcore Democrat, I'm like, ooh, just take a step back there, you know. You relate to John McAfee a lot. You arrested for a mega drug bust. Whoa, really? wait, you ran for mayor? You for Yang? Yes. Have you seen the maybe I should put a little sign, huh? Like, hey, I support NG Yang. Maybe the title is not enough, but Joelle's cool. She's gonna go to Iowa, by the way. She raised money on GoFundMe, and she's gonna go to Iowa. Yang Yang is crazy, man. Have you seen his comment on Assange? No, I haven't. What did he say on it? He says a lot of things. Yeah, there we go. I mean, people don't say no to money. That's one thing you learn. You're like, oh, $1,000 a month? I disagree with it. I'm going to boycott this free money to me on principle. Nobody's gonna do that. Come on. Hey, no, I know who you are, Sebastian. Yeah. I get free money. Do you want me to give you your opinion? Well, yeah, go ahead. We're here to discuss things, you know. So what does he say? What? I think more like the resistance to UBI is not so much the money, but it really is kind of an out there idea, you know. It's a little bit out there, you gotta admit. It's hard to. So, okay. Yang says that he supports whistleblowing protection if the whistleblower exposes government corruption. Assange, on the other hand, is different because he also releases info that has nothing to do with exposing corruption. One example that Yang is released information about the location of deep sea cable network. Oh, right. Yeah, he's just kind of whatever. Okay, I see. Okay, well, that's good to know. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on this stuff either way, but it's good to know what people are thinking. Better to do it through business incentives to help and fund communities. If you get money, you have less reason to do for society. Yeah, so we probably disagree on that. I tend to think that the UBI is a basic social safety net just to get people out of the thing is, like, you know, to get benefits out of those business incentives, that implies that you need to have a job or are already employed or you're already in the system, right? What about the people who got left behind? You know, and there's a lot of them now. You know, so that's why I like UBI, because it's a very it acknowledges everyone, right? And oh man, in LA our homelessness rate went up 12% this year, and it's very concerning. 12%. That's like 24,000 people. You know, what are they? How are they going to get those business incentives? You know, build businesses. Oh yeah, well I guess we're on the same page about that. Like, Yang is very pro entrepreneurship, so you know that's why people on the right like him too. You know, he's very bipartisan. You know, he's very bipartisan. He knows how to talk to conservatives without yelling at them, you know, and vice versa. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, look at this.
Is entrepreneur
Oh, man.
and presidential candidate.
We gotta we have to listen to the first 10 seconds of this. Give me a sec. I like some things about him, but I don't trust everything. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's okay. Can't agree on everything. And I am okay with that. But we'll get there when during the general election. You know, right now, oh man, I really think it's like winning the primary is going to be so much harder than the general because, man, the Democratic Party, I don't know what happened, man. It's just terrible. Okay, let's listen to this. This is a far left podcast, by the way. So,
Hey everyone, Virgil Texas here, and joining me today is entrepreneur and presidential candidate Andrew Yang. Andrew, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thanks for being here. It's a pleasure.
Is it?
No, I mean,
is it? Oh man, I laughed out loud when I was like, oh well, that's a great start. That's a great start. If you guys want to listen to this, it's oh no, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I think it's okay. Okay, YouTube is working now. Okay, that's good. But yeah, is it? Is it a pleasure? Is it really? Are you really pleasured to be here? It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, it's very long though. I don't want to play the whole thing here. He did a good job kind of like defending himself from some of the more hostile questions, you know. And it wasn't really overall, it wasn't that bad. They did talk about certain things seriously, so it wasn't terrible. Yeah. Oh yeah, vote blue no matter who. You know there's gonna be some bitter people that said vote blue no matter who. Oh wait, Andrew Yang won the primary. No, fuck that. They were like, oh, come on. Yeah, it's all just bullshit anyway, and they're not gonna. Nobody holds themselves accountable. That's the thing. Why don't you like the Democratic Party anymore, Q-Tiff? Well, it's mostly because of the housing stuff. You know, I go to these I go to these meetings where it's just like, hey, I want to help the homeless, but can you not build that shelter over there? And these are Democrats now. If it was a Republican, I could be like, okay, you don't give a shit, fine. But at least some of the people on the right, they're a little bit more honest, right? They're like, well, life's not fair. I guess that's too bad. And I will just, what can you say to that? Well, okay then. Well, thanks for being honest. The thing with the Democrats is they're like, oh no, let's help the homeless and this, you know, Black Lives Matter and support I don't know, whatever minority community. And when it comes time to actually do it, they don't do it. That's why I don't like the Democrats anymore. So I think I identify as an independent now more than anything. Oh no, the impeachment is a disaster, man. Oh, since we're on it, maybe I need to I should make my my DNC email. Let's see. DNC email comedy video. Okay, I don't know. Amy. I don't know. I'm trying to be nice to Amy now, so maybe not. That's not a good one. Where's the other one? Okay, let's get Tom Perez. He's always hilarious. Where did it go? Ryan, the DNC needs your help. Have you ever seen an LA disabled person try to crawl because they don't have, bad things happen. I remember, well, I was at that thing at the homelessness, the guy who runs the homelessness service center, and he's like, "Yep, so like, a couple of women, and they got raped, and then they felt no hope, so they threatened to jump off the building. Stuff like that happens all the time, like all the time now. Like, yeah. I mean, that's basically it. Jojo just summarized every email I got in the last 2 months from the DNC. But here's the debate. I actually didn't have time to look at these, so maybe it's good. Who's not there? Who did you cheat out? What is the other one? Let me look up. Yeah. Oh man, my opportunity to get my DNC official membership card is closing. Look how cool this is. Oh man. Okay, well, they're only a little cringy. They're not too cringy. I'm a little disappointed. How come old people always run for president? I don't know. That's a good question. Perplexed. I don't know. Why is Tom Steyer in the race? Really, like, why? Everyone else, I can kind of see why. Biden always wanted to be president. He's been a VP. Am I losing my YouTube account? No. Okay, I should let you know. Oh, I should make a video about this actually. Oh God. Oh yeah. So that's good. You reminded me. Let's see. Oh man, it's not obvious at all. Okay, this is bad. This is kind of not great. Okay, let me get this out. Yeah, today I'm honestly just trying to play catch up because my channel was suspended for a week, and so everything is just kind of in disarray. Wait, there's supposed to be a link. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, okay. Hold on. I got it here. You got banned for telling people we're all human beings. Oh yeah, don't do that. Stop saying stuff like that. There we go. Okay, so I have a new channel called Yimby Arts Streaming. And this is basically to protect myself. I'm streaming on there right now. This is to protect myself from my original channel. So in case something goes wrong with the streaming thing, and it has been, and they don't tell you why, that is the worst. So I'm separating the streaming part from the actual video. So even if something happens to this channel, I'll still be able to upload videos. That was the worst, So there's no left, there's no right. It's forward. Banned. Fuck you. Trump is the worst. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's almost kind of comical how partisan some people are, right? It's just like, oh man, if you say anything nice about anyone who's even slightly not left of whatever, they are a terrible human being and they need to be destroyed, you know? Most people go, oh man, no, but that's exactly the wrong thing to say to those people, man. They're like, oh, did you know life is complicated? No, bad. Bad. Have you been in any of these? I don't know. Someone who pretend, yeah, a lot of that comes from entitlement, though. You know, some people feel like they're entitled, and this happens both on the left and the right. Right. Oh yeah. I think if I get more subscribers, I'll probably show up in the search results and such. You know. So right now, all I can really do is funnel people who come in. Okay, I need to do that right now, actually. Thank you. Thanks for the subscription. Yeah, most people are bad at politics, though, you know? Yeah. Like, so this happens both on the left and the right, but there are certain groups of people who think that their opinions matter and they're entitled to people to listen to them, and then like no one gives a shit about what you think, and they get so mad, you know. and it's like it's kind of like you got to have that self-awareness. Like nobody gives a shit what I think, you know. I'm aware of that, but if you like go into conversation with that kind of attitude, it'll actually come out better, because it's just like, okay, well, why don't we talk about something? It's not about me, it's not about you, let's talk about something interesting, you know? And that's a lot more pleasant than someone trying to take control of the conversation to make it all about them. You know, there's some people who are really good at that. But I don't know, I'm just getting old. I don't give a shit anymore. Hell, I'll call them out, and I don't care if they get mad. And if you make it unpleasant for them, they'll stop doing it to you. You know what I mean? And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with things going down that way now, I guess, than I was when I was younger, so. Add a link to my streaming channel. Yeah, what happened to that? I thought I added it, but it's not showing up. Man, they changed it again. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that right now. Let's fix my channel. I've been in any of these. Let's just fix my channel. I need to pee. There anything going on YouTube? Okay, this is the streaming channel. This is the regular channel. Have you been in any of these? Discipline is freedom. I actually agree with that. Yeah. I'm not sure if you were being facetious or not, but yeah, man, you can't get anything done if you're just like flailing around. Discipline is freedom. Yeah, I know. Okay, good. Yeah, we agree. No discipline, no. Yeah, and then discipline is like having the discipline to like focus on the things that matter, right? That really what's it about? Because if you have no discipline, you're just gonna do this thing and that thing, and they're all the same, and then you're gonna waste your time with toxic people, you know, and having conversations that go nowhere. And yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, man. get what you're saying. Okay, I have to pee, so I'm gonna do that right now. uh, I wanted to bring up something to play, but I'll make it quick. Okay, oh god. I'm gonna regret it, but more caffeine. And... Oh, wow. Focus on things that matter. This is why I watch stream. Well, thank you. Good. Yeah, it's not easy, man. You don't know what matters. You know, when you're young, you have no idea what matters, you know, and then you end up learning the hard way most of the time. But I've been in jobs where it's just like a waste of time. You know, doing reflection, you know, you just think about, wow, I spent all those years talking to those people, and my time could have been better spent, you know. And so it's hard. You gotta like set rules for yourself at some point. Otherwise, you're just like floating around, interacting with everyone, which is fine, but you have to know when something's not good for you, you know. All right, let's fix my channel. Let's fix my life. Yeah, see, there it is. Wait. Oh, wait, I don't have that. Okay, that's why. I did it one way, but not the other way. I did it wrong. Okay, hold on. There we go. Add channel. There we go. Done. Save. Did that save? That better have saved. Okay, it's there. Is it there in the regular version? Have you been in any of these? Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna get thousands of subs now. Great. But I do need to make a video about it, because you're like, oh, what happened to you, Ryan? I'm like, well, the YouTube police threw me in jail. That being said, I do like universal basic income. Awesome. Good. Good. I don't have to ban you from my channel then. Just kidding. my brother thinks UBI is dumb. Okay, so I hear it all the time. It's fine. No insults. Okay, if you insult people, I'm gonna ban you right away. I don't care. I don't care what language. Just tone it down a bit, okay? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make my. I don't know. Is it time to? Is it time to retire? Yeah, I think I need to update this video. That's what it is. So it's way too long. I think I could do a better one. Maybe I'll do that today. You know, I'm trying to. Ugh, I have shit in my hair. I'm trying to not make topical videos anymore. I don't want to make videos that are just like, oh man, Andrew Yang is 7.5% in the polls. You know, like, so I want to make content that's a little bit more unusual or different, you know. Paget and Kai and all those folks, they can handle the topical stuff. They're better at it than I am. Okay, let me see. So this should be really easy, hopefully. Okay. Oh, I didn't make a thumbnail for this. I need to do that too. Okay. Oh man. I'm way behind. Okay. Okay. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the Yimby Arts Project. So, I should probably released this video earlier, but I am out of YouTube jail. You might have noticed that I've been gone for a week, and it's largely because of this thing. And I've got a few, let's say, copyright strike. I don't see, like, basically the policy says that I've been engaging in spam, deceptive practices, and scams. I'm like, what? What did I do? And then they rejected my appeal. So this happens all the time. People get their channel suspended for one reason or another. A lot of it has to do with the algorithms, and they do not tell you what you did wrong or why, or so that's why a lot of YouTubers are very frustrated. Yeah. So I don't, it's not that bad. I'm right, I'm making videos again. I'm picking up the pace right back in, but in order to protect myself, I followed some people's advice, and I started a new channel. So this is it's just called Yimby Art Streaming, and I'm gonna leave the link below. And if you're interested in watching my live streams, this is a separate channel solely for that, and that allows me to separate my my regular video content from the streaming thing. So I think that'll help quite a bit. And because this channel is not monetized, I do think that they'll let me get away with a lot more things than I have in the past. So yeah, so if you're interested, please click on the link. It's also in the subscribe. There's a subscribe button here on the Yimby Arts channel itself, so you can check it out there too. Okay, so I just want to make a quick announcement here, and I just want to make a video about it, in case you're interested. Okay, so thanks a lot for watching, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. All right. That was good. I'm probably also going to scale down the content to like one video a day. I think, because there's a lot of stuff going on right now, and I don't think it was healthy for me to like try to get 3 or 4 out in a day. That was too much. One video a day is fine. I'm gonna get try to get a picture of McAfee talking about eating his dick on national TV, you know? Get a room already. Alright. Yeah, please be mindful if you're overtaking the chat. So if it's a one-on-one conversation, appreciate it if you do it offline. Okay. Oh yeah, Twitch. Yeah. Here we are. I should cut the other video too. So I don't know. I'm gonna have governance. There are channels that have bots talking to each other. I know. That's kind of hilarious, actually. Not worth my time. Well, just you know, it's okay to get into discussions, but just our channel, you know, my channel is very small, so two people are having a long conversation overtakes it sometimes. It's okay, you know, it's not that big a deal, but
A straightforward or easy one, then that would be great, not just down, so which do you care more about? Headline unemployment rate, which doesn't include people who
wait,
drop out,
why
or
is
underemployment,
this?
or
No, this is not the right one.
and
Oh yeah, I remember because I had to restart the stream. Okay, there we go.
But that
There we go. And then BitConnect. BitConnect. You know, someone has to be directing them to do that because every single person. That is the ultimate. That is the ultimate irony. You just have like. Well, you know, you have like political people, right? Who are just like political trolls, right? Just go in and talk shit about other candidates, or they're trying to push their agenda, and you have two of those people in the same room, and both of them are getting paid, and then they're just like, "Oh no, Elizabeth Warren, yada yada yada, Bernie Sanders, yada yada yada," and they're just like going off, and you're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing with your life?" You know. But just be respectful, okay? Just that's all I'm asking. Just like one, okay. So let's see. So there's kind of a. I've been a little lax on the no insults rule. But yeah, you can check it out. Right? Like, working out the kinks right now, but it's getting better. Yeah, it's around here. Kind of it's here somewhere. Blockchain. And I'm kind of good. These, you know. So. Good times. Okay, I'm gonna make my video. I don't ban people for being weird. I want weird people to come in. I want all the weird people to come into my channel, okay? If you have any weird friends, just bring them in. Bring all of them. It's a fact that Yang is gonna be fucked. We've already been fucked. A lot. So... we've gotten used to it, okay? This is Ryan from the Yimby Arts Project. So we'll see. We'll see. Nigga, we'll see, man. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the. Okay, so hold on. I gotta do this. Ryan from the MB Arts Project. So, you know, I've been making a lot of videos. I forgot what I was going to talk about, but it's okay. Two. Hello, everyone. Yeah, that's good enough. And then there's a part where I tried to. Are they too tough? Are the people? You know, how do they hire these type? Haircare Foundation. They don't like. I know. We got fucked over so many times. I'm like, oh, there he goes again. I know, Colleen. And yep. Despite the fact that, but we might win anyway. We might win anyway. That's what we're aiming for right now. I do think that this technology really kind of has a lot of potential. I'm hoping that one of the polls will load up here. Okay, then cut to the part where it actually loads. Whatever, but they, you know. I get it. That's actually the most. Okay, there we go. That's actually the most common thing I hear. Okay, I'm not gonna try to talk over myself. Okay, give me a sec. What happened to all the stuff? Oh, there it is. Some of the things that they have voted. Alright, so it's finally. It runs for. I'm gonna take. And make it a lot more civil, because when you have to reach a consensus like this, you know, you can't just act like. So many F words. Does that make you uncomfortable? Get away with it. I'm sorry. I'll tone it down. My mom watches this sometimes. If you have to like say, "Oh no, vote yes" or "vote no," then. But dude, they fucked us over so many times, man. The Trump Facebook now. I'm like, what? Okay. Okay, almost. Okay, there, finally. Oh yeah, so sorry about my throat, but that is the most common thing I hear from the right wingers and Republicans. They're like, well, you know the Democratic Party just gonna fuck him over, right? I'm like, oh really? I did not notice that. But actually, that is all they do to us. From the very beginning. Oh man, wow, I did not realize how nasty they were gonna be, you know? I thought, yeah, I mean, I know I'm used to Democrats being pretty nasty in the housing stuff, but I thought that, you know, because this is a presidential election, they would show a little bit more restraint, you know, but apparently not. So, I'm gonna title this. I don't know, let's try something. The blockchain and automated government. Nah. I don't know, I need it. Will you make a phone bank video? Yang has a Metro Go for people to phone or text bank is pretty low. Metro Go? Sorry, can you, Kilpy, can you send me a link to I'm not sure what you're talking about. Did the campaign send out a goal somewhere? Yang is truly the only candidate, but again, we are retarded. Ah, yeah. Oh man, you sound like my brother, man. He's like, I like Yang, but you know that the Democrats are gonna crush him, like, you know, and people are too dumb to vote for him. Oh man, pessimism. Yeah, see, I'm the optimist in the family, and he's the pessimist, and it's fine. You know, I think that the American people are gonna wake up and be like, "Hey, I want to vote for this guy because he's so great." And then my brother's like, "No, people are too dumb to know what's good for them." I'm like, wow. I thought you were the conservative, huh? Sounding like a socialist right there, bro. You have no hope in us. Yeah, I get it, man. Man, I don't know. Sometimes I want to give up too, man. Ugh. You don't know the half of it. You don't know the half of it. That stuff people say in LA, you know. Oh man, if you want to lose your faith in humanity, do local politics. Oh man. Oh, it's quite terrible. But I haven't given up yet, you know. So blockchain and online. Oh man, I need something. Creating an automated government. I don't know, so something like that. Creative and self-organizing. There we go. Creating a self-organizing sorry. This was actually kind of a long video. Man, I thought I was aiming for 15 minutes. Oh well. Let's move to Japan. Well, if they let you in, that's the hard part. It's hard to sneak into Japan, you know. They have a very, very large border called the Pacific Ocean, you know. Oh, you gave up when you elected Trump? Yeah. Oh man, I get it. But the thing is, the Democrats aren't that much better either, you know? That's the worst part. It's just kind of like, there's Trump. He's terrible. Then you look on the Democrat side, and it's like, hey, wow, you're friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Wow, who do we choose, right? Like, Jesus Christ. So we always have two bad choices. Always. Hillary and Trump. Eugh. Alright. Hey, no. I don't care. I don't care what language. I don't know, is it time to retire? Yeah, I think I need to update this video. That's what it is. It's way too long. I think I could do a better one. Maybe I'll do that today. You know, I'm trying to. Right, are you a master electrician now, Jojo? Once you become a master, you can make a lot of money, can't you? You probably make more money than I can. I am. I'm gonna make like I'm gonna make a meager, modest salary doing political stuff. You know. Unless I become corrupt, then that's where the money is in politics. Oh man, corruption, yeah. You know, everyone else. Oh, the government staff. They make a reasonable, modest salary. I make videos that are just like, oh man, Andrew Yang is 7.5. Journeyman, yeah, cool. So I want to make content that's a little voluntarily. Yeah, it depends on the company, man. Some companies are real terrible. But they're not all bad, you know. Paget and Kai and all those folks, they can handle the topical stuff. They're better at it than I am. Okay, let me see. Just a word of advice, you know, if you ever start looking for jobs in the future. I made this mistake, but there's a tendency for people to be like, man, I want to work for the best, biggest companies, right? I want to work for YouTube. I want to work for Facebook. And everybody I know who has worked at those jobs say it's terrible. The happiest people I know are the ones working for no-name companies. Because they treat you well, you know. People who work in Google and you know, those big popular companies, they kind of treat you like shit, you know, because they think they're so important. And so, you know, it just is something to keep in mind. This should be really easy, hopefully. Other than the current, oh no, I'm just cutting the video. Okay. Oh, I didn't make a thumbnail for this. I need to do that too. Okay. Oh man, the startup world in San Francisco. Sorry, I'll be done. I'll be done with this in a while. It is a little confusing. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the EMB Arts Project. Okay, there we go. In the subscribe, there's a try to get 3 or 4 out in a day. That's too much. One video. I'm probably also gonna scale down the content to like. All right. For watching and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Okay, there we go. Okay, finally. So I'll just put new or whatever. This is it doesn't have to be complicated. All right, take it easy. Just don't start hurling insults, because it's fine to discuss things, but okay, my that's the updated my description, so that should be in all this stuff. What is your opinion on brutalist architecture? You know, I kinda like it, man. See, the brutalist architecture appeals to the socialist side of me. Where it's like, wow, yeah, house as many people as you can using the most efficient methods possible. Good government, get that shit done. And the people who are like, but it looks so ugly, they are exposing their privilege, you know, and entitlement. People who don't like brutalist architecture are bad human beings. I'm sorry. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but your strep throat is gone. Good. I wish my throat were better. Ugh. It'll get better. It'll get better. Surviving. Yeah. I don't know. Making money is tough, man. All the jobs now are all like shitty contract gigs that have like no benefits and oh yeah, Abdul. I'm okay. It's just my throat has been really dry and coffee. You know, many coughs. But like mentally and physically, I feel okay. Other than that, so well, I don't know about the mental part. I've already lost my mind, and so I'm okay with that at this point. But at least I don't feel sick. Okay. I should be drinking tea instead of this thing. That is true. I'm not helping. You remember John McAfee warned people about the importance of they dropped the Da Vinci virus to prove it. Oh yeah, he's going to make everyone but Yang look like an ass for not interesting. Oh. Yeah, John McAfee is an interesting guy. You know, you gotta say that. You're like, some of the stuff he does is a little crazy. He's a little crazy, okay, but he's a smart guy. You know, John is a smart guy, even though he loves the drugs and hookers. You know, he openly admits that, and then he goes abroad, and then hides from the police. Sometimes he was like, "Man, the SWAT team was in my house today," and you're like, "I don't even remember, man." Maybe did he mellow? I feel like he mellowed out. I think he mellowed out a bit in recent years. John McAfee. Oh man, there's like all these John McAfee's wannabe accounts. That's you know, so that tells you something. There he goes. I don't even like his antivirus. Sorry. Yeah, but he's way beyond that. He sold that company long time ago. I bet if John was still the CEO of McAfee Antivirus, I think it'd be a lot better. Okay. Okay. He's looks like he's very philosophical these days. Yeah, so where is he? He's in... Okay, wow, okay. Wow, okay, yeah, he's becoming more and more guru-like, you know, it's a little disturbing, but... Anyway, let's hear a message from John McAfee himself.
Good morning, John McAfee here. I am
McAfee.
dissed constantly for using Gmail as my email system. Let me explain something to you. If you think you have any privacy whatsoever
Oh, no.
with an
Oh, no, here he
system,
goes.
whether it's an email system like Proton Mail or an encrypted messaging system like Signal, you have no fucking privacy.
Oh no. Is that true?
Encryption was designed 35 years ago to prevent a man-in-the-middle attack, meaning someone between your transmission and your receipt. There's no man in the middle anymore. We don't need them. Your fucking smartphone is the surveillance device preferred by every government on the fucking planet.
Oh no.
Do you know how
I'm
easy
scared.
it is to plant
I'm scared
malware?
now.
Go on Pornhub. If you've been on Pornhub, someone is now listening to you. All you have to do is do a
Oh, no,
drive-by the
don't-
website,
you're-
and it sets
they got
the
your porn, too.
download
Oh, no.
on authorized applications flag. The first click, you now have malware that is doing two things: watching your inputs before they're encrypted and transmitting them, and reading the outputs after they are fucking encrypted, people.
I know, though.
Encryption is a worthless piece of shit, old technology that is being marketed as a safe system. There is no safety anymore. There is no privacy.
There is no
I use
privacy.
Gmail for one reason.
That's why we need
The last
Bitcoin.
company that requires this fucking subpoena from a government in order to give them
Oh yeah,
your information.
cookies.
And their lawyers have 30 fucking days to review the subpoena. 30 days is enough for me. I change my fucking email every 15 days.
He is pretty funny though.
Wake up, people. You have no
He's worth
privacy.
following. Yeah, he's worth.
You're
He's an
being
interesting guy.
sold a fucking bill of goods which is worthless with encryption. And thank you for listening.
All right, John. All right. Yeah, there's I gotta give him credit for like bringing up certain things. He sounds crazy, but he's not wrong. But look, we're running out of time, man. The dickening is coming. The dickening. I mean, I try to make this a family-friendly channel, but I don't know, man. So, if Bitcoin doesn't hit, well, okay, it's 500,000. I thought it was 1 million. Okay, 1 million by the end of 2020. So he'll eat his dick on national television. Well, what's the Bitcoin price right now? About 9,000. Okay, you got ways to go, man. Ways to go. you have 999, about 990,000 to go. If someone is that interested to know what I'm fapping to, then I'm flattered. Okay, this is getting a little weird. I know. So it's like, oh man, that's this year. That's this year, man. Like back in 2017, everyone was like, "Oh man, Bitcoin is gonna go to $1 trillion. We're all gonna be rich." And then it kind of no, wait with that. Oh. It's gonna go back up though. Trust me. During the next recession, it's probably gonna go back up. I am not a financial advisor, so ignore that I just said that, but because once housing prices start tanking and stock prices start going down, those Wall Street people, they don't give a shit. They talk shit about cryptocurrency all the time, but they don't care. They just want money. So if things are going right now, they're all like, stocks are doing great, but it's what goes up must come down. So the only reason John said that is to pump Bitcoin so he can sell us. Yeah, that could be part of his motivation. Yeah, I agree. But I don't know. I don't mind him. He's a little crazy, but he does say some good things once in a while. So Jesus Christ, man. He's changed. He's changed so much. Alright. I think that's enough of John McAfee. Oh, man. The blockchain is going to prove to its value this election cycle. Yeah, see, the thing is that, like, for blockchain projects to really take off, they really need good government regulations. And that is pretty much impossible now because nobody in government, we don't even have a fucking Office of Technology anymore, you know? We shut that down. Like, Yang talks about this all the time. We shut down the Office of Department of Technology or whatever, like 25 years ago. And so the government has no idea what is going on in the technology world, and they actually spend a lot of time demonizing them. Actually, that reminds me of a video I'm supposed to be making, which is that the tech industry is not responsible for the housing crisis, okay? You're going to hear that from certain people who support a certain type of candidate that, you know, does not like capitalism. But it is just false. You know? Don't buy into the, I gotta make a thumbnail, crap. Okay. See, I went on a huge tangent. I was supposed to get a John McAfee eating his dick, eating dick picture, but then I ended up making a video. So I think I know what candidate I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh man, oh it's so easy. All I have to do is post this. There we go. See? Oh man, and I don't even have to worry about copyright. It's great. Wow, that was a lot easier than I thought it'd be. Okay. You can live stream this. What can I live stream? Give me a second. Well, I don't know. It's not a great thumbnail, but it's better than the one I have. And they find it interesting that socialist countries, the buildings are ugly. Yeah, they're pretty ugly. But dude, you know, there's a side of me that respects the whole. Okay, we're gonna house as many people as we can in the most efficient way possible. Fuck aesthetics. Just build that shit. And let's get it done, you know? There's part of me that really likes that. So I think Americans could use some of that. Cause man, when you go to these housing meetings, they're like, oh, I don't like the way that building looks, so let's not build it. Because, you know, that would bring in those poor people into my neighborhood. Okay, that's what they're really saying. But they use aesthetics as a weapon for blocking housing. You know, I wish I was kidding, but they do. And I'm tired of it. You just looked up for some of it, just, yeah, well, yeah, I mean, Swan, there's some issues with brutalist architecture too, right? Sometimes they're like, some people, like, what it's supposed to be is often different from the style, right? So some people are like, I'm going to make a brutalist architecture, and I'm going to make it look weird, but and then it turns out it's like really, really expensive. Like that was not supposed to be the point, you know? Like you're supposed to make it efficient, but it's not. So Yeah, form follows function. Yeah. Exactly. So I mean, there's a balance, right? You don't want to live in a shithole, but at the same time, you can't just let aesthetics take over everything, right? Like we have the opposite problem in LA. Like, you know, you might have seen this before, right? The Walt Disney Concert Hall. Like, what is this? You know? This is not efficient at all. It's anti-efficient. But it is a landmark here, and it's just like a fuck you to, you know, it's just like a big middle finger to practicality. It's a big middle finger to practicality, you know? So you have kind of the extreme on the other side. The funny thing is that people working in these buildings complained about this building because it was too shiny, and the sun would like reflect in their faces while they're trying to work. So they had to dull it down since the beginning. I don't know what they did, but they made it less shiny somehow. All right, so I'm gonna turn on monetization for this one. This will be my new pinned video. I need to make a artistic architecture food worker, yeah, ugly and impractical. It has the worst of both worlds, you know. those are the worst brutalist ones, you know. So if you're gonna make it ugly, at least make it practical, right? Like, has to be one or the other, you know. Why do people seem to have a taste for abstract art but not atonal music? Well, because abstract art sucks too, but it's easier to sell it. See, like, I do think music hits you on a different level than visuals do, you know. And unfortunate part about the internet is that it's a very visually driven medium, and it's I do think the internet is biased towards visual arts over over music, because you know, everybody reads articles, everybody goes on Twitter, but nobody listens, right? Listening is a very isolated, personal thing, right? There's no, like, you know, I don't know, maybe they're out there, but you know, nobody like go to listening parties on the internet, right? Like, so I don't know. And it shows in the platforms too, right? Like, you used to be able to upload audio on Facebook. You can't anymore. You know, you're not allowed to. Like, Facebook made a conscious decision not to allow music on their platform because they didn't want to deal with the copyright issues. Actually, that's why my channel got banned too, actually. Plug DJ online listening party. Okay. So there are out there. Yeah, it's not very but yeah, okay, so looking at this, right? Why did I get these strikes, right? So it's because I play music on my streams. You know, I get like 20 copyright strikes just for listening to stuff on here on Spotify. You know, so the internet is very, very hostile to to musicians, I would say, you know. I don't want to complain, but that's been my experience, you know, trying to do music stuff online. It's very, very hostile. And it's gotten worse. Sucks. Andrew Yang, Yimby. Yeah, I don't. Plug DJ. Yeah, actually, someone. Yeah, and like if you're a musician, you have to make music videos now. You have no choice. Like if you want to make any sort of money on your music, you need to attach it to some kind of visual medium, or it's just not gonna work. So you know that song, right? Like TV killed the radio star, right? That it's been going on for a while. And so no, you just can't. You just, you know, why do you think I'm doing this? You know, like if I had my way, I would just be making music, not caring. I wouldn't be on YouTube. I could make enough money from my music, or really not even money. If I can get enough attention. YouTube thumbnail. There you go. So it's tough, but again, I do think like new technologies like cryptocurrencies and with coupled with like actually good government regulations, it could fix a lot of that problems, you know. But we need someone in office who actually understands this. Otherwise, it's just nothing's gonna happen. Okay. I need a picture. Oh yeah, I saw this. Oh man, this just Donald Trump is gloating right now. Ugh. We wanna meet Obama. Nothing really great. I wonder if I have a thumbnail that I can just use. Hey, maybe just do a variation on this thing. Well, it's no secret that it is going to be a long shot, but we have a chance, man. We have a chance to take it all, and it all comes down to the early states, you know. Yang doesn't even have to win. If he places top 3 in the if he does well in the early states, people are going to start believing that he can actually win, and they will switch over. Right now, his biggest challenge right now is name recognition. Most people don't know who he is yet. But we have the highest people like him once they get to know him. So if we can manage to ride that, then we will win, you know. He has a good shot at New Hampshire. Oh yeah, he better win New Hampshire because look, I have a lot of money going on it. I bet that Yang is gonna win New Hampshire. And if he wins, then oh man, good for me. Good for the campaign, good for me. I don't know, it's just for fun, you know, but thought put some stake into it, you know. Why is this so... There you go. Oh yeah, okay, wait, we can check up on it. Put on the MB Arts streaming channel. It's a little big. Okay. Where? Come on. There we go. It's kind of an awkward color. Oh, thank you for the follow. Not great. Even worse. This is a kind of a awkward picture to put text on. Oh no, his name merging has grown a lot. Why do you keep on saying hello? Is that you or is there... Oh, man. I know, sometimes people come in with duplicate accounts and try to throw things off. It's a little weird. Are you good at arts? Like drawing and we're like, no, I'm a musician. I am very bad at visual arts. I can make thumbnails, but drawing is... I'm not good at that. I'm a performing artist, you know. I perform. I don't like it. I think I'm gonna use a different picture. Something with a little less contrast, you know. Oh, you're replying to another chatter. Okay. Oh, man, that's a rough job, man. That's really like literally on the streets, you know. I don't need channel. Yeah, watch out for the trolls, though. A lot of them are coming in, just trying to waste your time. So, Will Yang be able to beat Klobuchar in Iowa? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Klobuchar has a... See, she's a Midwestern lady, you know? She's not... She doesn't do so well in the media, I think. I feel like, because she's a real Midwestern lady. God damn it. I don't like that. I don't like the color thing. Which one is the troll? Well, I can't see them anymore, so... it's the one that I'm ignoring right now. As I know exactly what they're trying to do. Oh man, you guys think you're being so clever. Oh man. Yeah, the thing about this is just kind of like letting you guys know, because they are here right now doing exactly this. They are doing exactly this right now. Yeah, so sorry, some things I see, some things I just block out myself. Because then then they're wasting their time talking to themselves. But I can't see it, you know. They are doing this right now. And... It's funny you say that, because I did not accuse anyone of doing anything. But how Andrew Yang wins? Well, he's gonna do his ground game is doing very well in Iowa here, and then so he's gonna surprise everyone on election day, and then that's gonna turn people's heads, and then there's a lot of people out there. I talked to a ton of people who are like, I like Yang, but can he win? Question mark. And then if he does well in one of the early states, it doesn't even have to be Iowa. You know, it can be New Hampshire, it can be South Carolina. We have several opportunities, right? But all he has to do is do real well in one of the early states, and then people's question mark about can he win, that's going to go away, and they're going to vote for him. You know? And so... I'm not accusing anyone of being anything, but this is going on right now. I even had a guy yesterday in real life try to pull this shit on me. And they think they're being so clever and sneaky by talking about something else and then working their way into, oh, when is Andrew Yang going to drop out? But they can go fuck themselves, right? And the worst part is they think that people aren't noticing, and they think that this is not a huge turnoff. Like, that's the worst part. They are hurting their own candidate by doing this stuff. And I believe that this is coming from the campaign, because the campaign they have recently hired some people I would consider to be incompetent. So if they're instructing people to do this, and I believe that they are fucked. They're gonna lose. They're panicking right now because... Oh, wait, hold on. But they're gonna come in here all the time because it's starting to ramp up. Bernie also has a lot of money to hire trolls. Such as this one, who I'm getting rid of right now. Yeah, I know. I know who Colleen is, by the way, but that's not her. She wouldn't be that dumb. They can't. The thing is, they can't hide how dumb they are. And so that's going to be their downfall. So what's going on with Bernie right now is that they are getting very desperate and very hostile on the internet because they've been talking about the surge, right? I even mentioned that here, but right, it's mostly smoke and mirrors, and it's because their recent, everyone has been like talking about the recent surge, Why am I so mad? Oh, sorry. I'm a little testy because people have been pushing me all week, Do you know where you can sign up to get paid the Bernie campaign? Yeah, talk to the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. These guys are Bernie hangs out with these guys a lot. With Bernie hangs out with Satan, and so you can get a job with Satan. No, I'm not mad at. Sorry, I'm mad at a certain person who I know is trying to fuck with me right now. So, sorry if you got caught a little flack in that. I do recognize you actually. Sorry. No, it's stressed out, man. It's so stressful because like you don't know who to trust, right, on the internet. It's like everybody's just like fucking with everybody. The AIDS guy, yeah, Michael Weinstein. So if you wanna a job being a political troll, talk to him. He is fucking everywhere. AIDS healthcare vouchers everywhere in California. Everybody hates them. Everyone, even the socialists hate him. That's how bad he is. Like wow. And then Bernie, who he thought it would be a good idea just to hang out with him like this. Oh man, look, they're best buds. No, I have the picture. Oh yeah, you know what? Better to just post the link. You see that face, everyone? Oh yeah, oh man. Oof. Like, this alone could tank his entire campaign. This guy, everybody hates this guy. Everybody. They're super annoying. They pay people to go harass political activists in California. He interjects himself everywhere. He interjects his opinions in like pretty much anything. Even like, who asked you, right? Like, who asked you for your opinion, But he has a ton of money, so. And the worst part is he made his fortune abusing the nonprofit healthcare system. And they're also opposed to medications that actually work in order to defend the bottom line. This is the very thing that Bernie rails against all the time. And yet he gets support from them all the time. He even endorses a lot of the propositions these guys come up with. It's bad. It's really bad. You know? And if you read through this, there's no way you can support Bernie anymore, you know? Like, dude. It's really, really bad. That is the main reason why I cannot vote for him anymore, you know? Yeah, he's a shithead. He's a shithead. And people, you know, it's... When the LA Times calls someone Satan, that's not a small thing. You know, LA Times called this guy a Satan, a bully, and a thug. Like, this is the LA Times now. It's not Breitbart. You know, LA Times, oh man, that conservative, you know, like, dude. So, it's beyond repair. He is paying for the price now, politically, right? So, and so his latest surge, right? His surge, like everyone is talking about Bernie's surge, but dude, the surge really needed him to get above Biden in a very clear way. Now that they realize that they don't have that, they're panicking. You know, Biden is just going to sweep Super Tuesday. And the smarter ones of them, they know that. They know that. You know, Biden's just going to win. And so now, as a desperation attempt, they're trying to... And I don't get it. I don't know what they're trying to do. They're like... They think that harassing... harassing us and Tulsi supporters, they do it to everyone. They do it to even the people who are super annoyed, you know? Like what do they think they're doing? You know, like... It's weird that you're saying, well, you know, I'm a Yimby. I'm a Yimby before I'm Yang Gang collusion. So I want Bernie to go down with the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. You know, they are the people that harasses us in the political work I do. So if AIDS Healthcare Foundation, they get ruined because of you know, Bernie embarrassing himself, then great. Good. Good. Nobody's gonna be sad about that. Trust me. Trust me. They are the worst. They are the absolute worst. Okay, I need a good background picture. As a Bernie fan, you're staring at Fair Monica. Okay. No, I understand, man. I was shocked too, Swan. I was like, I used to be a Bernie supporter, you know, at least maybe a mild one, right? It isn't necessarily related. No, it's related. The arguments always come from the same people with the same connections, and it's always the same. And the messaging is always the same, and the people they hang out with is always the same. And so I know exactly where it's coming from now, and it's very specific to Bernie. If you want to talk about it some more, I can, but there's too much evidence that Bernie has sold out. You know, he sold out. I'm sorry. You know, he voted on you know, he voted on a measure that since he didn't want toxic waste in his neighborhood, he voted on a measure that sent them off to low-income neighborhoods in Texas and Nevada, and they're pissed about it. You know, there's a lot of dirt you can pick up, you can dig up on Bernie, but people just don't want to believe it. You know, but if he goes to prime time, if he goes to general elections, the Republicans know all of this already. You know, and so he's just gonna get crushed, and it'll be over before it starts. What is he Is there one I made? Oh yeah, I could use this. Maybe. Let's see if this works. Might be a little. I don't know. It's not a conspiracy theory collusion. If you want to look it up, go ahead. It's all there. This is all public information. I'm not going to get into an argument about that. It's all public. I'll just show you one example. I don't know if you're really. I don't think you're talking in good faith right now, but I'm gonna bite anyway. Okay, so let's look at Bernie's endorsements. Okay, I'm gonna drive in the point right now. Okay, let's look up Jesse. Okay. Mayor Berkeley, Jesse Aragon, okay? What is this guy known for? You know what this guy's famous for? RV ban. He's made a name for himself in the press. In the press now, everybody's talking about this. He voted to ban people who are sleeping in their RVs. So this is punishing poor people for being poor. I know he's trash. He's fucking trash. And here he is, endorsing the guy. Yep. I mean, I can keep on going on and on. Aaron Peskin, he's the biggest NIMBY in California. Like, he is very famous for being anti-housing. Oh man, oh look at all this Peskin. Even the SF Chronicle doesn't like them. Oh man. Yeah, so I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and if you want to, be blind to it, that's fine. But the voters know. Voters already know. Prop 10, yeah. Also, California tried to pass a rent control measure in California called Prop 10. Bernie Sanders endorsed it, and it lost. Prop 10. Oh man. Prop 10. Oh man, it lost 60-40, and it wasn't even close. Yep, wasn't even close. See, Bernie, right here. Bernie's right here. This is public information now. This is not a conspiracy. All these folks, right? Makes sense that they would endorse it, and it just fucking lost. Like, you know why? Because of these fuckers. It's all connected, man. Look how much money they put into this. $21 million to try to get this passed. But because people don't trust Satan, yeah, they don't like Satan, like LA Times is not like Satan. Because this organization is run by Satan. And so it's just like, wow. So this is why I'm not worried about his fundraising leads, because Bernie's just gonna blow it on stuff. He's gonna lose. He's gonna waste it. He is not good at politics, and that's kind of the thing. Yeah, there we go. Michael Weinstein. Oh man, look at this picture. He's like living the part. What was your proposition? Kitty tip. Well, I would say that Biden is actually a little bit more trustworthy than Bernie, because Bernie would just flat out lie, about a lot of things. I don't know about him, but his followers definitely, I don't know. Nobody's perfect, okay? Nobody's perfect, but I don't know. I think it'll settle down in a few months, because Yeah, I still believe Bernie is a good guy, actually. You know, I still think Bernie himself is a good guy, but he's just surrounding himself with all these assholes, and he doesn't realize what's going on. I really think that, like, he's just clueless. You know, that's the best I can give. You know, if I'm being charitable to Bernie, I feel like he's just clueless. He just doesn't understand how bad these people are, but he doesn't give a shit. You know, because he's in it for the attention. You know, he doesn't care about making things better. You know, he's good at leaving the impression that he cares. You know, that's his skill. I dig, you know, once you dig into the policy and his record and all that stuff, there's nothing there. So, all smoke and mirrors, like I said. I still need a good. Maybe I should just go simple. Maybe I should just do this and then. Yeah, it's hard because I don't, like I said, I don't think he's a bad guy. Did I support the red control? Oh, I actually did support Prop 10, man. But back then I was like, well, as I heard the Yimbys were split on Prop 10, you know. We had half the people saying that, well, no, we need rent control, and yeah, the other half saying like, no, that rent control doesn't work. It's gonna hurt people more than it helps, and so we took a no stance on it because it was too contested. But I personally thought, okay, maybe this is a way. Like I wanted, like back then, I wanted to see if there's a way to compromise between the far left folks and the more moderate folks that we had in our movement. But now that I think about it, it was a waste of time. You know, they really it just got crushed anyway. The voters said no, and we spent a lot of hours arguing over this stuff. And now that I think about it, now it wasn't productive. So this is new info. Oh no, yeah, no. This is new information for a lot of people too, Swan. So it's okay. You know, it's tough though. I was shocked too. Like if it was any other drug company, I would have been okay. You're like, okay, you know, politics is not all roses, and you know, I understand if you have to sometimes raise money from drug companies, that's fine. But then, dude, it's AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Out of all the people, why that one? You know, why the worst one? So, I don't know. I feel like I'm still processing it now. Because I thought he was better than that, you know. It's very disappointing. Green. I think Prop 13 should be repealed. Or it needs massive reform. Actually, they were collecting signatures to get rid of the commercial loophole in Prop 13. Just yesterday, in fact. So that's a good one. That's a good one. If you don't know, Prop 13 is a property tax law that allows homeowners to freeze their tax rate back to when they purchased the property. So that means that a lot of people living in these multi-million-dollar homes are not paying their taxes. Prop 13 is repealed. Property taxes will go up so much. Lots of people will leave the state. Well, they should pay their taxes. I mean, the thing is, okay. You know why Prop 13 exists, right? It was supposed to be for seniors on fixed income who cannot weather the changes in property tax values, right? But why is that being applied to commercial properties? Like that part, I think most reasonable people can agree needs to go. So that's the first step that we're taking. But we already pay the highest in taxes. In what taxes again? Yeah, but some people aren't paying their taxes. Like, they're just not paying it. I mean, you're asking people to feel sorry for people who live in multi-million-dollar homes. Oh man, have sympathy for those millionaires. I don't know. That's and that's really not that's really what that's not really about. If people leave because of Prop 13, there'll be plenty of people to replace them. Because the housing demand is so high. So it's really not about that. It's about people trying to use the levers of government to protect their nest egg. Why is this not? Why is this not? Why is this not? But, well, anyway, I mean, it's a complicated issue, right? But Prop 13 was never meant to be a tax cut, right? It was supposed to be specifically for seniors living on fixed income, allowing them to freeze their tax rate so that they can weather the market changes, right? And that's reasonable to me. But that's not what it's being used for right now, right? That is really the problem, and people are abusing that shit over and over, and that's what killed all that money from property taxes. It was supposed to go to schools and infrastructure. Why do you think the California education system is suffering so much? Is it because it's run poorly? No, because it's underfunded. Money from those things are supposed to go to the schools. It's supposed to go to fixing roads. Why do you think we have so many potholes? Because property owners are not paying their taxes. Yep. And that's what makes it so hard, because they still think they're in the middle class, but they actually, if you just look at the hard numbers, they're part of that 1% now. Because if you own a multi-million-dollar home, I'm sorry, but you're rich now. And I think that a lot of people just didn't realize. Even my parents, man. They bought their home when they were middle class, but now they're doing okay. Like, oh, there we go. Wait. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this thing, but I'm just gonna stick a picture behind there. So it's a sticky, very, very complicated issue, but I think that removing the commercial aspect of it is fair, and that's what we're starting with. Because like if you're living on fixed income, why are you starting a business? A business, by definition, is not a fixed income. It's a business. And so, but that's a good example where people are abusing the Prop 13 laws, Like, why? And then the weirdest part is when they like they're allowed to pass on their tax freeze onto their kids. Like, what the fuck? You know, I hope they close that loophole, because that's just a wealth grab, man. That's literally, you're just abusing the tax system and using it for your kids, you know? And like, what does that have to do with fixed senior income? I don't know, you know? So, it had good intentions in the beginning, but it's turned into this very ugly, like, what the fuck law, you know? And so, gotta be careful. What do I need? I want a picture of something. The gold standard. Ken Bone. Is that true? I don't know. I've never heard that before. Good. They introduced the gold standard and then they took it away because it was like, I don't want to be held accountable. I've never heard that before. I don't know. Who knows though? Maybe it's true. I need a picture. Oh, that's a long time ago. Damn those bankers. Huh. Is there like a... Do I own a home? No, I had an opportunity to buy a home, but I didn't want to deal with that shit. I get it. But see, homeowners are feeling the pinch too, right? Like, you know, it's like keeping up with the Joneses, right? There's a lot of hidden costs involved with owning a home, and just because you're a homeowner doesn't mean that you're raking in the dough, right? Like if you have 99% of your worth, so you have 99% of your assets are in housing, which is kind of true for a lot of Americans. If that comes under fire, if that comes under threat, you're going to be real protective about it, right? But I don't think that's healthy. I really don't. And, you know, if it really gets to be too much, you could sell your home. You could sell your home and scale down, but, you know, they don't want to do that either, right? So, I don't know. It's complicated. So you're advocating for repealing Prop 13? No, I want to repeal the whole thing, but repealing the commercial part is less controversial. So, you know, I'm just being honest. You know, I think it's abused too much. Like, it was never supposed to be a tax cut for the wealthy, which is really what it's being used for right now. You know. If you want to do senior fixed income tax freeze, that's cool. You know, I'm fine with that. I do support that. But the way it's used right now, I don't know. It's not fair. It's not fair to the community because the California's education budget was decimated by Prop 13. You know why? Do you know why we have like anti-vaxxers everywhere now? Because we made our kids dumb. We dumbed down our kids because we couldn't bother to pay our taxes, you know? So, I do think long term, it's best to... How about I just use this? I'm just gonna use this. Spending way too much time on this. Hey, what happened? Oh, that's terrible. Oh my god. Never mind. Universal basic income was trickle down promise, but it wasn't. Institutions do have agendas. Banks, okay. Yeah, everyone has an agenda. Just be honest about it, you know? Oh, I don't like it when people pretend like they don't have an agenda. I'm like, come on, man, just say it, you know. Like, yeah, I'm here for my own self-interest. Yeah, just say that. And so much easier than trying to hide it, you know. Be repeal Prop 13. Well, no, I know they're already backlashing us already. No, they hate us for it. I know. Yeah, okay. I mean, look, I'm just being a little bit. Okay, EB, I'm just being a little bit hyperbolic for the sake of it, but there are a lot of homeowners who are genuinely middle class. Okay, I know that, and we have to be careful with how we talk about these things. But we have to also be honest about the fact that they have been abusing that prop for personal gain, and it has also severely damaged the community, you know. And your family would be crushed. Okay. So, I mean, there is a compromise somewhere, okay? But I do think it's, like, gone too far in the other direction. And if we don't push back against it, we're just gonna, like, we're gonna get, like, we're all fucked. No. Yeah. Alright. Well, okay. I don't know. Okay. Well, you know, EB, you're talking about this in good faith, so I do appreciate that. And but it needs reform. We need to reform it somehow. And can't we just do it with commercial and industry? Yeah, that's where we're starting. We are starting there. So that's a good start. I also want Prop 13. They should not be passing on those tax breaks onto their kids. That is wrong. You know, that's just a wealth grab. So we can talk about like individual parts of Prop 13, because the thing is, like, Prop 13 started out as this very specific thing for senior homeowners, right? But over the years, it just kept on adding these bits and pieces, and it turned into this monster, you know? It turned into this Frankenstein-looking monster thing. Did I get that job? Well, I won't know until next week or the week after, I think. So we'll see. It'd be cool if I got the job. It'd be pretty cool. Man, I've been spending the last 2 hours trying to make this thumbnail. But hey, we're having good discussions though, I think. Yeah, so that's like Prop 13 in a nutshell. I just want, if we can scale it down to prevent the abuses of it, then sure, we can keep it, but it's you gotta, there are huge issues with it that we gotta be more honest about, I think. That's about it. We need to compromise. Okay, yeah. Great. Yeah. See, I don't wanna ruin anyone's life. Okay, EB. I'm not out to get. I'm not like those Bernie people. I'm not out to get the rich folks or the homeowners. Or I don't hate developers. I don't hate landlords. I know landlords. Most landlords are middle class. You know. And so we need to not, bundle everyone in, as into to one camp. But we gotta realize, that there are huge problems with Prop 13, man. It's just we gotta fix it. Did he miss the? Yeah. Oh wait, there's some. Wait, sorry, I missed some kind of endorsement thing. No, that's too small. Yeah, many a middle class. Yeah, I think that's what you're worried about, EB. Yeah. See, like a lot of people make this assumption that homeowners are rich, but many of them are, many of them are, but not all of them are, you know. So it's a pain in the butt, but sometimes you have to spend some time and, digging through the details of things and seeing, like Yang would spend the time to figuring this shit out, like, oh wait, there we go. This is the perfect one. Missing middle housing. There we go. Finally, after 2 hours, I have found the thumbnail. Oh no. Yeah. It's just expensive, man, living in California. It sucks. I sympathize with that. Oh, pretty much, I would say that like 80% of my expenses is going to rent right now, Do you think I'm happy? No. I'm not happy with that. Man, fuck that. But see, you and your family probably lives in one of these things. I live on one of these things. We are on opposite sides, That's why we're arguing right now, but we can work it out. I just want more of these types of housing, okay? So if SB 50 passes, and I hope it does, we'll see a lot more of these types of housings everywhere in California, and that'll be great. This would be awesome. And if you can't afford a detached single-family home, you could scale down to duplexes and, one of these. Like, I live in one of these massive, big-ass apartments right now, but, I would like something better at some point. Laid a smackdown on Trump with some sick burns. Oh, man, that stuff's coming, man. I saw an interview where Yang was talking about that. He was like, yeah, I got some sick burns. And you're like, whoa, tell us what it are. And he's like, no. If I tell you guys, then it wouldn't be a sick burn. He's saving it up. He's saving it up. We have enough houses to house the entire. Yeah, but the problem is those houses are not near jobs. And unless you are already rich, you need those jobs, So it matters where the housing is, where it's built. So that's another thing. Okay, oh God. Let's hurry up and just get this video on, okay? So now that I don't, now that I'm not trying to make 20 videos a day, I can spend the time talking with you guys, P-Arts, thumbnail, streaming, whatever. You want one of those? Uh-oh. Ooh, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you, but look what they do, man. This is what NIMBYs do. This is why we fight them all the time. They're like, oh wow, you want to live in a tiny house? Nope, fuck you. Fuck you. And there's not even a good reason why. Like why not? Right? It's so crazy. We're not allowed to build any of this in LA. It's insane. Like why? Like we have a housing crisis. Let's just build anything. Anything. Like that's why it's so depressing, man. The politics is depressing. Because they're like, we're going way out of our way just to make things worse for everyone. Even the homeowners themselves. Like, this is not helping them either, because it puts a lot of pressure on, like EB was saying, like homeowners are under a lot of financial pressure too, because this drives expenses up. Like it just makes everything so expensive. When you just do stuff like this, like why would you go way out of your way? Yeah, no, it's fucked up, man. So I get it, I get why the Bernie people are like, yeah, let's burn it all down and start over, but I don't want that either. I don't think that's the solution. We have to change people's minds about things. That's hard. That's hard, man. Alright, let's get this video out. And I use my thumbnail. It's not a great thumbnail, but whatever. It's good enough. So I'm actually pretty, compared to other Yimbys, I'm actually pretty, I'm actually pretty sympathetic to homeowners. I know a lot of them, they bought it at the right time and they did everything they should have, right? And they, they did, and not all of them are rich or how do you call them? They're housing rich, cash poor. They don't actually have a lot of liquidity in their finances. That's why they, a lot of them they're stuck. They're stuck. Like okay, they have to keep up with the monthly payments, but they can't really sell their house because they kind of either especially if they have kids, right? They have kids. Their house is connected to the schools, right? The schools that their kids can go to, and so asking them to give that up is a little unreasonable too, and but then it's like, oh no, if I can't make my monthly payment, I'm gonna get foreclosed, and it's a mess. It really is just a mess. Like there's some way of doing this where everybody can be happy with it, but I'm not sure Jimmy Carter would have passed his Gerald Ford. Oh man, you like the weirdos, huh? Yeah, that's fine though. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I need to Go to my channel. Been in any of these, and this will be the new video. How do I do that? Can the governor do anything? Well, I don't know. Like Prop 13, honestly, Prop 13, honestly, is like it's a side issue for me. You know, I care more about building more housing because I do think if we just build enough housing, all of this will go away. Even the Prop 13 thing won't seem like a huge deal if people actually had a place to live. And then if they have a place to live, maybe they might feel a little pissed that, you know, such and such down the street isn't paying their share of taxes. They might be a little bit mad about that, but it sure beats being on the street, man, dude. So, and then, you know, what are they gonna do? Well, they're gonna be paying taxes, and that taxes can go to good stuff instead of nothing, which is what we're doing right now. Okay, how do I do this? How do I change this? My whole vote system is just a popular contest for dummies. Well, then it gets weird, because then it's like, well, who gets to decide what the criteria is for smart, or, you know? Head over to... that's too long. New a dedicated streaming or something like that. No, I could off by 2 characters. Okay, whatever. Keep it short. Hey, Hank, you're still here. Isn't it really late over there? Just saw the Yang video from the Daily Show kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, he's picking up, man. I told you. You know that like. Oh yeah, I'm super happy about the pro Yang propaganda, Hank. Oh, you know the funny thing is, Hank. You know the funniest thing is that so like. you know how you come into my channel pretty much every time asking me when is Yang dropping out? The Bernie people are doing that now as a strategy. So I'm just saying, you know, you and the Bernie people have a lot in common now. Hey, but you were doing it before they did, so you were ahead of your time. When is Bernie dropping out? Oh, probably in Super Tuesday. Nah. Oh man, I don't know, man. Yeah, you saw that video about one of his staffers who was saying like, "Oh no, if Bernie doesn't win, the city is gonna burn. Feel the burn. City's gonna burn if Bernie doesn't win. Feel the burn." I'm like, wow, holy shit, man. And this is a guy who's officially the staff, you know. Psychological screening. Oh man, but who controls the psychological criteria, you know? And then man, it just becomes an endless. It just becomes an endless, you know. That's how the government gets bigger, you know. It's just like, well, who's gonna keep tabs on those people? Who's gonna keep tabs on the people who's keeping tabs? You know, I'm like, all right, it's cool. I don't know. Those tests has been good for 25 years. Okay. You know, if you can come up with like a test that really like my stream is picking up. Oh yeah, it's been doing pretty well, man. I got suspended last week, but I'm back. I'm over 1,000, and now I can monetize my video. Because they have a lot of people. Yeah, it started picking up after. I think it's because it is election season. Suspended for talking bad about certain people in politics. I don't know. I can show it to you. I was spam. I'm a deceptive practices and scams. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? And then I asked them. I tried to make an appeal. I'm like, what did I do wrong, YouTube? And they said rejected. They do that all the time. They don't tell you why. Yeah, YouTube is terrible. You probably know about it too. YouTube is the worst. Whoa, what did I get? I got an achievement. Wow. See, the funny thing is that I'm here for like 100 trillion hours every day, but getting 3 people average, it's just hard, man. It's not that easy. Given Daily Show, it seems like Yang has some corporate supporters. Yeah. See, the great thing about being the Yang Gang is that, yeah, that's fine. Great. Awesome. I'm fine with corporate support. Thumbs up. Give us money. You know, if you're like Warren or Sanders, you gotta be like, no, you know, like AIDS Healthcare Foundation gave me a lot of money, but I can't talk about that out loud, you know. So I'm fine. So what else has been going on? So you saw the Andrew Yang. Oh yeah, someone said that he got a new endorsement today. What is that? What's going on with that? I'm not talking about Manny even. Oh yeah. No. See, Yang has been talking to people inside the media. You're probably talking about the media, right? And so the media people, he's like making friends with the media people now, you know. And then now that we have like Dave Chappelle behind us, we have what's his face, Danny Glover behind us. We have all the cool people. Oh yeah, that guy from The Walking Dead, that Asian guy from The Walking Dead. Everyone loves him. Yeah, so we're making friends, you know, and so we're trying to turn the propaganda machine, trying to turn it on our side, you know. That Asian guy from Walking Dead, yeah, and what was his first name? Ewan, Steve Ewan. Hey, shut up. I don't know everything about Andrew Yang, okay? I'm not getting paid by him. If I was getting paid by him, sure, I'll do that research, but no. Steve Ewan, yeah, Ewan. Steve. I think it's racist for you to assume that all Asian people know each other. Okay, keep that down, okay? I don't think this is Steve Ewan. But no, let's not look on Twitter, okay? Let's look on the real internet. There you go, this guy. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know you're kidding. Okay, so let's check out my investment. If Hank is still there, he'd probably be interested in this. So, you know, I put in $1,000 on a bet. that Andrew Yang will win New Hampshire. And the reason why is because I think he has a chance, because there's a lot of weirdos and libertarians and Republicans. Republicans are allowed to vote in the primary. How much money do I still have? I applied to a job, Hank. so I'm getting to that point where I need to. Hey, no. Well, okay, look. I might lose it. Okay, I might lose it. I'm prepared to lose this money, but look how much money I can make if I win. And then this will pay for rent for about a couple months. And then I'll be broke again, but... Hope you get hired. Yeah, so it's a housing thing too, Hank. So I'm hoping it'll work out, but... it's actually exactly... it's basically I'm going to be doing the same thing, except that I'll be working for an organization. I'll be on stream, and I'll be like, hey, you want to talk about housing? And so it's basically... what I'm doing now, except that I'm being paid. That'd be nice. I might have to tone down some of my rhetoric a little bit, but... It's like, Ryan, can you swear a little less on camera? I'm like... yeah, don't you do software stuff, Hank? So, last I checked, you were still working. But... put $1 billion on Trump winning Texas. I don't know about that. That's a risky bet, man. Texas has been turning blue. Why do you think Beto came from there, you know? All the hipsters are moving to Austin. IT system administration. Oh yeah. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, I like Warren. Warren is like... She's obviously a very smart person, right? But her problem is that she has trouble appealing to people who are middle class and below, you know? And so... I don't know, I don't have much, and she has this habit of telling people what they want to hear. You know, it's so how much money should I put on a landslide Trump victory? Well, $44 about. I think about 44. You could convert that to whatever your weird ass European currency is. Thoughts on the last Democratic debate? Well, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it for one. Seemed kind of boring. But Yang wasn't there, so I didn't watch it. I didn't give a shit. And then apparently I didn't miss anything. So, you know, the biggest news that came out of the debates was when Warren and Sanders are like, "Hey, did you call me a liar on national TV?" That was Warren. I did the voices wrong, but you know, Warren was like, "You called me a liar on national TV," and you're like, "You called me a liar," and then that was the biggest thing that happened during the debate. And like, who cares? like, I don't think anybody cared. And okay, some people do care. That's not fair, but I know Steyer. It's Steyer. Why? Shit, grammar. It's okay. Nobody cares about grammar. Oh man, you should check my tweets. I have I have bad, man, I make mistakes in my Twitter all the time. Yeah, I'm not gonna show it. I'm not gonna embarrass myself, but it's there. Yeah, like everybody was really like anxious about Yang missing the dates, but in the end, it worked out for us, right? We got an endorsement from Dave Chappelle. That was huge, you know. The winner is going to be Tulsi Gabbard. Oh no, I'm afraid of that. Actually, I'm afraid that Tulsi Gabbard is going to win New Hampshire because she's actually pretty popular there. And then it's going to be like, no, I lost $1,000. Nah. I don't know. Oh man, anything could happen, man. Anything could happen in this race. Like, so hold on to your butts, you know. You don't care about 1K? Am I rich? I would call myself like middle to middle upper class, but well, put it this way, cost of living in LA is very, very, very high. So you live on $40 a month after all. I remember, I know, I used to do that, man. I used to be a musician, man. Dude. It's really just in the last couple years where I've had enough money to have savings, you know. This is like the first time I've had money. Like stability money, you know. But I don't think that's not gonna last, you know. Rent here in LA is $2,000 and rising. So every month I have to pay $2,000 just to exist in my home, you know. And then you add healthcare costs and all that kind of stuff, it gets worse. So yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna pretend that I come from a Kyopi. So I'm not gonna pretend that I come from a, you know, I've never lived in poverty, or I've had a pretty good, you know, all things considered, I've had a pretty good childhood, you know, but I've been broke most of my life, you know. I have not gone on a vacation in like 20 years, you know, if that counts for anything. Not that long, maybe 10, 15 years, you know. All my vacations that I've been on have been paid for by someone else, who is not me, who has more money than me, either my parents or... So I know what it's like to live on $40 a week after expenses, yeah. Haven't suffered enough to know better. Yeah, that's true. Let's see, worst part of them, they do not have a candidate I would support. Yeah, no. Ugh, man. The candidates in the Democratic Party are all not really good. And then Biden is Biden. You know. It's like, hey, I'm Joe Biden. Family neighbor takes vacation to work on it. Yeah, that's what I was doing, man. He's like, taking a vacation, you need several $100s at least to do a cheap vacation, right? So, you know, as a few thousand, you do just have that lying around? Usually not. Biden would be Trump. Hey, come on. I actually respect Biden a lot for his stutter thing, because that shows resiliency, right? Like, he overcame having a stutter. Candidates in the Dem party are not all not really good, including Yang. Wow, well, yeah, you have a knack for taking things out of context. I see. I'm not taking a whole family vacation just fourth grade. Yeah, man. I feel ya, QOP. And because it's not getting easier, you know? Biden is the LG. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff going on. But I respect Biden for overcoming his stutter. You know, he had a stutter growing up, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna deal with this shit. I'm just gonna overcome it through sheer willpower and practice. You know, and so he did that. And then now he's vice president. Good for him. Good for him. But I still don't want him as president. That being said, when I say, hey, let's build more housing, what I really mean is, like, we need more Trump towers. You know? Hey, what the fuck, man? I totally forgot I said that. Oh, man. That was from a while ago, too. How did you get that? Have you played any good PC games, Lenny? I heard Biden only planning president for one term. It wouldn't surprise me, man. I think he wants to retire, man. Dude, I actually feel bad for Biden because his, like, you know, I think he ran for president, you know, out of a sense of obligation, right? Like, he was like, okay, wow, we have this crazy guy in office right now, and then his party, his own party, started picking him apart, you know? You ever want to try EVE Online? Oh, that's too much of a commitment, I'm sorry. But the game I've been playing recently is called Oxygen Not Included, yeah. I even have my Steam up here. That's my favorite game. I used to play City Skylines, but that's hard. So I only can play like one game at a time. I also play Fallout with my brother. So my brother voted for oh wait, that's not here, but I play Fallout 76 with my brother, and we talk about politics sometimes. Okay, what is this? Fixed, but it's still extremely problematic. Fixed, but it's still extremely problematic. Yeah, you did that. That wasn't me. Those are good times. Oh, you play Fallout 76? Oh, maybe we can play. Maybe we can play. Next time you're in, maybe we can just jump on. And we can yang people. We can yang people. See, I've been yanging. It's been a while. I have some videos about that, actually. I don't know, people seem to like it. It's funny.
Ooh.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, wait. Let's find the clips. There you go.
Level 30. How come I can't use it? Am I allowed at level 30?
Corvo has been telling me. What is the best one? Oops. Yeah, I should get rid of these. There we go. See, we can. We can.
Wait, did you fast travel already?
Yep. We can yang people online. See, okay, hold on. Let me change the appearance a little. $95. Okay, that's good.
Where are you? Oh, there you go.
Oh no, they left.
Oh, really? Oh.
No, I wasted 22 caps. How is my shitty going? My shitty skylines. I haven't touched it. Wait, there's 2 over there. I like Fallout 76 because it's actually not that much of a commitment. You know, you just jump in, shoot a few things, and you're done. You know.
Zombies. Where's that?
City Skylines is a very good game, though. It's a very good game.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
It's just it's hard to just jump in and out. Yeah.
He transferred Fallout 76.
I wish I could transfer my caps into dollars. Pretend you're yanking my brother. Well, I yank him all the time, subtly. You know, I got him to admit that he'll be okay with UBI if he coupled it with a flat tax. That's a progress. You know, before he was just like, UBI is dumb.
My life into Yang.
I'm like, hey, what the fuck, man? Why? Okay, here.
A lot of people. Yeah, I'm saying this out loud now. There's a lot of people in my channel who find it very rewarding to canvass and vote for Andrew Yang because he did. You know, he's gonna get $1,000 a month. Sorry, that wasn't a very good pitch. Let me start over. Okay, so, hey, how's it going?
So that's basically what we do all day. It's kind of fun. So maybe you know, cause like okay, EVE Online I feel like would take a long time for me to learn, and it just sounds really complicated. What? Yeah, it can make more progress by not playing. Okay. Like what does my brother think about Bernie and Warren? Oh, he hates them all. see, he's the kind of like, okay, I find Yang to be tolerable. Everyone else sucks. He voted for Trump now. Keep that in mind. He hates the progressives, you know. So it's not complicated. It sounds complicated. Like look at, I don't know, my ex's dad used to play this game apparently, you know, but you know, he's a smart guy, but so like I mean, let's look at some videos, you know.
You can see that's a fairly big ship.
Oh man, look at all these buttons,
so anyway, the first thing
and all these buttons and all these
shit. So, using my extensive training from the tutorial, this is the fitting
look at all these numbers and shit.
Apparently I can have absolutely loads of weapons on this.
Well, I mean, like Fallout is kind of a complicated game too, but it's because I played it before, you know. I mean, 10 years old, really? Oh man, see now, see that's even more information. Let's look for a recent video. How about the one in the past month? Okay, resource distribution, season's greetings. That has nothing to do with the game. Okay. Free to play. Okay. You sent me a link. Okay. Violence. I don't like violence. What is this? Okay. This is
What we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna sit 10k off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense?
No, I don't understand what you just said. No.
Stand by.
No, hey, no, stop.
So guys, here's the deal. They got their Prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an Oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump. Just the triage carriers at first.
You know,
Let me see.
if I play this game, I'm just gonna log in and then be like, tell me what to do.
Yeah, they got 4 Guardians.
You know.
I don't think we can do this. Don't worry about that.
Now we're gonna play some fun games.
My heart's racing.
And relax. All wings align. Primary is the Dominix in 5, 4, 3, 2. Decloak, decloak, decloak. Torpedoes on the Dominix. Dominix, Dominix.
Orbit on me, micro warp drives on. We're moving.
Secondary's Vipers in the Omen.
He's in structure. Take him down.
Dude, that revelation out now.
All units on the ramp.
Burn out towards that guardian. Jump now.
All damps on the damnation, all damps on the damnation. Scepter, stay here and tackle prophecies. This is where we fight.
Alright. So I'm carrying 100 times more than my ship is worth. There were some pirates chasing me. There's one guy chasing me through like 5 different systems. Alright, I need to get the fuck out of this system.
Okay, I see. Yeah, this is stuff people talk about, right? Like, they even, I don't know, they even wrote an article about like a EVE Online, some kind of event that went on, right? Like, people really get into it. I know. Okay, well, I'll consider it. Thanks for the offer, man. I appreciate it. I'm not, the thing is, it's mostly a time thing, and I'm not sure if I'm going to have it, but I'll know more next week. Team Steve versus Paget. They're doing a little couple rivalry thing. Are they competing with each other now? There's a big group of streamers there to support you too. Is that game like Star Citizen? No, it's more like a, you know, it's one of those online RPG games, right? Eve is what Star Citizen. Star Citizen is that strategy game, right? Yeah, okay. Let's not turn this into an EVE Online advertisement channel. But I don't know. I'm just kind of like fucking around right now, so I probably gotta head out soon, grab something to eat. I'll make my housing video tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it does look fun. It's really just a time thing. Oh, bad because I have my job interview, and then people are gonna be like, "Hey, Yang Gang, how come you're not canvassing? Why are you playing video games on the internet, Ryan? Shouldn't you be fomenting?" I'm like, "Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, I should be. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yaju Yang. I have let you down. You know, I'll have more time to do these kinds of things." Like after the elections, you know, at least with the housing stuff, I can, like, you know, it's not as urgent. And you can make a Yang Gang Corp. Oh, are they? They might already be on there, man. I don't know. Would not surprise me. Yang Tay. Ugh. See, and. If I start getting into that stuff, I'm like, okay, well then now that we have a fleet, okay, we need more exposure, and then now need to raise a GoFundMe page to make sure that we get enough marketing so that we get enough players. You know, you can turn it into this like big ass thing, and I kind of don't want to do that because I'm already doing that with a lot of other things. And well, the biggest thing is my job interview, though. You know, once I find out what happens tomorrow, I'll have a better sense of, you know, what's going on with my life and such. Then, because like a lot of things are up in the air right now. Yeah, but at least with Fallout 76. So if you want to play Fallout 76 anytime, Sebastian, let me know. Probably not today, but you know, why not, man? Like, why not? And then I can create a video out of the funny moments, you know? We can go around yanking people on Fallout 76. It'd be fun. Oh, man. Oh, God. We only have 5 more minutes. I only rented the booth for an hour. The interview is like, eh, oh man, I missed that part. Oh no, I gotta. Okay, hold on. Yeah, let me know. I think we can. I want to keep it casual. You know, I don't want to make it too serious. Otherwise, you know, I can really get into this stuff. Like, okay, well, you know, now that we're Yankee people, let's make sure that we, you know.
Hey everyone, Virgil Texas here.
No.
Hey everyone, Virgil Texas here, and joining me today is entrepreneur and presidential candidate Andrew Yang. Andrew, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thanks for being here. It's a pleasure.
Is it?
No, I mean, it's a very...
Is it? Oh, man. Okay, but at the last...
Very nice studio.
For joining us.
So much fun being for joining. Yeah.
Beginning of something else. Does it move us towards a different world?
Yeah, we have to move towards an economy where we write the rules in ways that actually benefit human beings. And we do not have that much time because the market's about to turn on us in historic, unprecedented ways. So the freedom dividend's like a foundation, but then we need to build an economy that actually revolves around humanity, the stuff we value, the work we want to do, our relationships, our families, our communities. It's a rewrite that has to start
really
now because it's 2019 and will soon be 2020.
Everything.
This is the direction we have to go. So the freedom dividend is not the end result, it's the floor. Then we have to build a house on top of it, a wonderful, wonderful house.
A wonderful house.
Andrew Yang, candidate for the Democratic nomination in 2020. Thank you so much for joining us.
So much fun being here. Thank you for the opportunity. Policy that appeals to people on both sides of the aisle. What is the number one priority for folks on the left? Beating Donald Trump in 2020. I am already peeling off many Trump voters, conservatives, libertarians. Let's say I win the nomination and win in 2020.
I listened to
now, the Democrats will be so pumped
to
have beaten Donald Trump. They will be thrilled to work with a new Democratic president to get more money into the hands of families, to make us stronger, healthier. And then the conservatives will look up and say, holy crap, this is a massive win for people in rural areas, for red states on the interior. This is a huge win for my constituencies, and we do not need 81% of people to pass it. We need 51% of Congress. I can get a few crossovers. We start putting money into people's hands, and cash is very hard to demonize. You know, you can't run against it the way it's like you can say, hey, you're going to have you're going to take away your doctors. It's like you can scare some people. If you say, hey, the Asian man wants to give you money, it's like it's very hard to be like, the money's going to hurt you. It's like, no, the money's not going to hurt you. You're going to love it.
Let's talk SNAP benefits. Let's say you pass the UBI, it's very politically popular. And then a lot of people have to decide, do I take SNAP benefits, do I take disability payments, or do I take the UBI? Some of them take the UBI. That means that the number of people getting SNAP benefits, number of people getting disability payments, that's lower. Doesn't it become easier then for, if not your presidency, a future president, a future Congress, to say just, all right, well, everyone's got the UBI, we're just eliminating SNAP. We're eliminating disability payments.
Yeah, so there are a couple things I'd say to this. Number one, it's not like with a lot of people on these programs, they're immune to political assault. We know that conservatives are constantly trying to take hatchets to them right now, and it's not like, oh, so many people on it, I can't touch it. Number two, the folks who work in these programs tell me that they are constantly doing triage because they cannot actually talk to or minister or advise all the people that are in the program.
Oh, no. Where is that?
So if you have fewer people in these various programs, then they'll actually be able to talk to a human.
They're kind of going back to
the idea of, not having to pay health insurance premiums, not having to pay medical fees.
Yep.
As well, something that would have helped me is not having to pay rent. And as well, something that would help, a universal benefit that would help a lot of people is childcare. And under your proposal, people under 18, they don't get the $1,000.
No, they don't. It's a right of citizenship that as an adult, when you become 18, you get it and have, like learn some financial literacy in high school. It'll be like a great transition to adulthood.
Okay, sure. That's fine. But that leaves a lot of people who are poor and have kids
Coal
in a
miner
lurch there.
pages?
Because if you're a single parent, you've 2 kids, just 2.
It acts like a bad thing to get
$12,000
rid of
a
the
year
welfare
isn't really
state.
gonna cut it, and
Yeah.
chances are you're
Oh,
using
man.
a lot of government benefits.
Yeah. So 2 things. One, existing government programs are better structured to support a single mom in that situation. But number 2, as a parent myself, I've got 6 and 3-year-old, one of whom is autistic. If you told that single mom of 2 kids, hey, guess what? When your kids turn 18, they get $1,000 a month. Holy crap, is that a game changer for that single mom? I mean, maybe like today she's like, well, I wish I had the money now, but I have to suffer until these kids turn 18.
What prevents them from, say, going to a usurer?
But then when you go to someone where, like you said to them, I mean, think about it. If you're the single mom and each of your kids is getting $1,000 a month starting at age 18 for life, that is a game changer. Because what do parents freak out about all the time? Like, what's my kid's future going to be? How am I going to pay for school? Like, are they going to be able to live on their own? I mean, like, if your kids actually get the equivalent of hundreds of $1,000s over their lifetime, I mean, you can look at your son or daughter in the eye and say, when you turn 18, you're going to get $1,000 a month because your country loves you and values you and we care about you. I mean, that's like a total transformation.
It's pretty
for any
good, but
parent.
it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't help that mom right now. And what prevents,
And
say,
existing-
let's say you're a single parent and you just need the cash, you just need the money right now. What prevents you from going to a payday lender, from a usurer, and saying, getting charged like something like 30-40%, or freaking someplace upwards of 100% APR?
Yeah, so happily
and
they're
borrowing against not even just your own check, but your kid's check.
Yeah, happily they're like any contract against your freedom dividend is unenforceable because you can't have.
Yeah, Swan. I really commend that actually, because they are sort of the forgotten people, right, in America, and you know why? You know why Trump won, right? It's because of those people, right? They're real mad. They're really mad at the establishment, and they voted for Trump almost just to spite the system, So, and I agree with you that the Democratic Party tends to neglect them. Oh God, yeah, I think I should. I was trying to listen to that moment, but we'll see if we
financial
can
companies
find it.
preying on people, or people, like the spending like money that it's like 40 years into the future.
But it's still fungible, even if you can't attach it. I mean, it's just, it's the beauty of it again is there's no strings attached. It's not anything special. It's $1,000. Here you go. I mean, nothing prevents me from taking out a personal loan, and everyone, even if I can't use that dividend as collateral, everyone knows I get $1,000 a month.
This is true. And the other thing is that single mom might have like siblings or a cousin or a friend
Exactly.
getting $1,000 a
Yep.
month. I mean, there are like a million things that she might be able to do that do not involve some kind of usurious lender.
I want to discuss, and we don't have a lot of time left here. I want to discuss.
Let's talk more, man. I'm enjoying this.
I'm enjoying it too, but again, we don't have a lot of time. This is only booked for another 4 more minutes. I do want to talk about the political implications.
I'll pay to extend it.
I want to talk about the political
Let's not.
implications of UBI.
There it is.
How does it pass?
So
No,
here's
no. Let's end this conversation. Yeah. All right.
a great thing.
So there it is. I'll post a link to this in case you're interested. It's very old though. This is from 6 months ago, but he's like saying the same thing. He's basically saying the same exact thing. Chapo Trap House is a far left leaning publication, by the way. Well, I think it's run by this guy, but I think they would consider themselves to be a progressive. It's either not enough money or too much money. Yeah, Warren had the worst answer on that. she was just like, well, you're gonna give $1,000. Mine will give $200. Oh, wait, what? Even in real time, that was a really weird answer. How is my Ethereum portfolio doing? It is doing fine. Thank you very much. Well, actually, I have no idea. I don't check the prices, man, like a lot of people do. So I don't know how you knew that about me, but you know, this is the internet after all. Who cares? So I care. Who are you, Bung Man? What do you want to know? It's only several $100,000. What? Oh, several $1,000s. What are we talking about again? Several. Oh man, so my, yeah, you know, okay, you caught me, man. My Ethereum portfolio is worth trillions, millions and millions of dollars, and should totally stalk me to try to find a loophole where you can, you know, siphon out that money. That happened to one of my friends. It's actually in a very secure location where I'm not allowed to touch it. Am I lying to you, or am I saying the truth? I don't know. Does it matter? It's food time. Yeah, I gotta take off, man. That's good. Keep your money safe. Sure. Do you want me to tell you my private key? I mean, if you want my private key, let's see. Okay. Anyway, okay. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. It's no bother to you. Let's see. Okay, let me check. Let me get my private key right now. If you could type it down for me in a DM, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, let me do that right now. There we go. There we go. Problem solved. Alright, see you guys, everyone. Yeah. I'll be back. I think it's well worth having a more serious like that the Democrats have. I'd love to expand. Yeah, let's talk about that more, Swan. Cause it's really an important thing. You know, I feel like politics, we're really not talking about the right things, you know? And a lot of it has to do with like sort of we're not addressing middle class concerns, you know? But that's a long discussion, so we'll have to save for later. Okay, talk to you guys later. Have a good one.